Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We needed to make sure we had quorum, and we have just officially reached that part, that mark. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning. My name is Senator Angie Taylor, and I have the distinct honor of leading us through this meeting on this morning. So we're going to start with our roll call. Please go ahead, Madam Secretary.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Here.
Senator Rogich. Assemblymember Hanson. Assemblymember Hardy. Assemblymember LaRue Hatch.
Here.
Assemblymember Mosca.
Good morning. Here.
Assemblymember Torres Fawcett.
Here.
Chair Taylor.
And I am here. Thank you so much. Just a couple of housekeeping reminders. Most of you already know this, but it's on my notes, so we're going to go through it. Please make sure you silence your electronic devices, if you would. When testifying, for those who come forward to testify, please make sure that you turn on your microphone and clearly state your name and your affiliation if you have one for the record. In fact, whenever you speak, we will ask you to restate your name. And if you have a complicated name and you know who you are, just please go ahead and spell that for the record. We like our records to be accurate. We do that for staff. And then just remember to turn the microphone on when you speak and then off when you're finished speaking. Public comment will be taken at the beginning and at the end of the meeting, and each person in public comment will be limited to 2 minutes. We can provide public comment right here live in person in Carson City, or live in person sorta in Las Vegas, and also via telephone. And then written comments, we have received some of those. Thank you for those who have submitted written comments. You can submit them to the committee email, or if you have a hard copy of those, please give them to staff. If you are testifying and or giving public comment and you go long, I will encourage you to not go long. But if you have more comments, and please, you can give those to Ms. Rowe, and she'll make sure the committee does get them. If anyone would like to receive electronic notification of or access to the committee's agendas and the material, you can do so by signing up on the committee's website. We're going to a whole new committee website version of that system that you may have already discovered. So if you want to sign up on there, you'll be notified whenever things are happening. Excuse me. And then finally, please note you already see it. Committee members have our electronic devices in front of us, laptops and so on, to view meeting materials and otherwise, and other documents. So please do not take that as a show of inattention or disrespect. And as legislators, we are servants of the public, and we take this duty very seriously. We're honored to be here in this capacity. So thank you again for joining us. So we will go to agenda item number 2, which is our first public comment period. If you would like to make public comment, I'm going to give you the phone number, if I can find it on the agenda. Down on this, over here. Okay. Thank you. You can dial in 888-475-4499. And then when prompted, you have the meeting ID. The meeting ID is 856-7840-4976. Again, public comment will be taken at the beginning of the meeting and also at the end of the meeting, and that will be the same number. So if we have anyone here in Carson City who would like to make public comment, please come forward at this time. Seeing none in Carson City, do we have anyone in Las Vegas? Seeing no one coming forward in Las Vegas. AVH, do we have anyone who has phoned in?
Chair, I think we
Thank
should
you,
have one
Chair.
forward in Las Vegas.
If
We
Oh, we
have one
do.
in Las Vegas.
Oh, we do have one.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, AVH. We do have someone in Las Vegas. Please go ahead. When you're ready, state your name, spell your last name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Amanda Habush-Deloye, Haboushdeloye. And thank you, Chair Taylor and members of the committee. I just wanted to note that April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. And since you are hearing information today on early childhood services and education, I wanted to tie together that one of the best ways to prevent child maltreatment is to invest in families, especially when their children are young, to make sure that they have access to quality healthcare services, that they have access to quality early childhood education services, because that not only provides education and safety for the children, but it connects the parents oftentimes with resources that are often needed, and to make sure that we're providing good education and supports for families overall, because the majority of families want to take care of their kids well, and we need to be in a supportive environment and make a supportive community for that to happen. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Anyone else in Las Vegas? Please, if there are others, please come forward and be seated, and we'll get to you. And thank you so much. We don't want to miss anyone. Please go right ahead. State your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Hi, good morning. My name is Janisha Phillips, Janiesha, and I'm a parent living in North Las Vegas and a participant in both the Child Advocacy Alliance Ambassador Program and the Jeremiah Program. I'm here today to express my strong support for more coordinated, comprehensive early childcare systems in Nevada. As a parent of a young child and one with special needs, I've experienced how disconnected and confusing our early childhood programs can be. Every service has its own process, its own application, and its own timeline. So when we're trying to support young children, especially during their most important developmental years, navigating all of that alone becomes overwhelming. Families like mine often spend more time trying to find help rather than actually receiving it. One statistic that really opened my eyes is that about 16% of eligible children participate in Title I or Nevada Ready Pre-K programs. That means that more than 80% of children who could benefit from early learning supports are not being reached, and not because they don't qualify, but because the system is too fragmented for families like mine to navigate. When programs don't reach the children they're designed for, parents are left to fill the gaps on their own. I believe a more coordinated early childhood system that supports children's physical, cognitive, and emotional and social development will make it easier for families to access the services they need without jumping through endless hoops. I want to thank you for designing this committee meeting to early childhood, and I hope it will yield the passing of legislation that will make Nevada a better place to live and raise children. Thank you. Janisha Phillips, Parent Children's Advocacy Alliance Ambassador.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Is there anyone else in Las Vegas? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, now we will go to AVH. Do we have anyone on the phone line?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 125 years. NSCA is supportive of multi-tiered system of supports, one of the most important commitments Nevada has made to support the whole child. MTSS works by identifying student needs early, providing targeted interventions, and ensuring every student has access to the support they need to succeed. But frameworks do not serve students, people do. That is why NSCA has been deeply concerned about recent budget cuts at the local level, including right there in Carson City, to eliminate half of its school social workers and reduce intervention paraprofessionals. School social workers are essential to MTSS, particularly at the targeted Tier 2 level and intensive Tier 3 level. They provide crisis intervention, counseling, and behavioral support that help maintain safe and stable school environments. They connect students to families to community resources and address the social, emotional barriers that directly impact learning and engagement. Similarly, intervention paraprofessionals are often the adults working most closely with students who have the greatest needs, helping to ensure both safety and academic progress. When these positions are gutted, so is the infrastructure that makes MTSS effective. If Nevada is serious about making models like MTSS work, we must fund the people who do the work. As you know, the Commission on School Funding has a plan that would allow school districts to fully implement MTSS. Sadly, they can't make it work on just $2. Seriously, pass the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Do you have anyone else, AVH?
Chair, we have no additional callers to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all who called in or came out to make those public comments. Now we'll go on to agenda item number 3. These are presentations. This is Early Childhood Day in Interim. So we are going to have presentations on Nevada's system of early childhood education and care, including governance, programs, and challenges. And we're going to start with the Nevada Department of Education. Who is here from NDE? All right, fantastic. Please come forward. Welcome, and thank you for being here.
Okay, good morning, Chair Taylor, members of the committee. My name is Victor Wakefield, Superintendent, State Superintendent, and I'm joined by Director Michael Tomas Mitchell. He's the Director of our Office of Early Learning and Development. As soon as we get our slides started, I will get us going. Okay, terrific. So in the last legislative cycle, a number of critical investments were made into early childhood education and the Nevada Ready Pre-K program, our state's pre-K system. This included funding to support literacy readiness, infrastructure, and most importantly, increase the pre-K seats available to 4-year-olds across the state. Expanding pre-K access to high quality seats is a key strategy for NDE within our strong foundation's strategic priority. Our team is excited for the opportunity to discuss the impact of these decisions on education in Nevada, and I'll ask Director Mitchell to take it from here.
Michael Mitchell for the record. As Superintendent Wakefield mentioned, Nevada Ready Pre-K or NRPK has seen meaningful growth in the last year and will see even further growth in the upcoming year. So the first question we want to speak to is just what is this program? These are the state pre-K seats funded through state dollars. They go to both community-based organizations and districts throughout the state, both urban and rural. In the recent State of Preschool Yearbook released by the National Institute for Early Education Research, it was noted that Nevada meets 7 of 10 policy benchmarks. These include early learning standards, curriculum support, specialized training for teachers, and best practices that mandate maximum class sizes and student-to-teacher ratios. Additionally, these programs provide for screenings and referrals and participation in a continuous monitoring system, which for our state is the Quality Rating and Improvement System, or QRIS. Additionally, last school year, the kindergarten entry assessment was rolled out across the state. In the first year, 90% of entries were scored and completed across all kindergartners in the school district. These results are thanks to a vast undertaking, which included district and school partnerships, as well as community and state leaders to push this through. So while operations and enrollment are increasing throughout the state, it's also clear that we are maintaining the standards and implementing really significant actions for the students in our state. This shows the projected growth that we've had over the years. In fiscal year 27, we'll have 18 NRPK subgrantees, which represent districts and community-based organizations, 12 school districts, also the State Public Charter School Authority, 4 nonprofit community-based organizations, and 4 NSHE institutions will participate. And this is the most diverse and widest group of participants we've had in the history of the program. It also shows the department's commitment to a mixed delivery system, which offers further access to high-quality pre-K for our students while supporting the child care community and respecting parent choice. In 3 years, NRPK seats will have grown from 3,472 seats to 8,537 seats. All of these seats have been allocated for next year. The growth has been vast, and it's worth noting the efforts of legislators, the early childhood community, and state departments in achieving these gains. But it's also important to note that although all seats have been allocated, we are continually receiving requests for more seats, which shows that capacity, both in terms of infrastructure and workforce, has not been tapped. Our programs have the appetite and ability to serve more children. These budgets reflect what our department has been able to utilize throughout this legislative cycle. I want to make note of the Early Childhood Innovative Literacy Program and the Early Childhood Education Facilities Expansion Program. All of these funds have been allocated. The $4 million that went to facilities expansion, expansion activities are wrapping up as they must close by the end of the fiscal year. And budgets are being approved currently for education facilities, and allocations have been made for the literacy program. So we expect that from July 1, these programs will be immediately able to use these funds. For FY27, we had 20 applicants for the facilities expansion program, totaling requests of over $12.3 million. Obviously, our budget is $5 million. We are able to award 4 schools. For innovative literacy programs, we had 49 applications with requests of over $30 million, and we were able to allocate to 24 different programs. So we first want to say we're having a large impact with these grants. Both the facilities and literacy grants impact school districts, community-based organizations. They impact both urban and rural. They also impact charter schools throughout the state. But the appetite and the ability is there to serve much more. A majority of the literacy program innovations are towards staff support, as well as literacy interventions, which include paraprofessionals in kindergarten classrooms in districts that we know will move the needle on child outcomes.
Director Mitchell, if I can just jump in real quick. I believe
Yes.
that you meant to say 4 districts, not 4 schools for the facilities grant. Is that correct?
Yes, Michael Mitchell for the record. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And so within those school districts, they may actually impact 20 to 30 school sites, depending on the nature of their infrastructure improvements. Thank you, Dr. Wakefield. This slide just gives a visual representation of where we are as a state. If we consider all 3- and 4-year-olds in the state, if all of them had access to service, we would fill our football stadium. We know that every home game, we're at 100% capacity, and we want to live in a state that we can't just sell at a football stadium, but we can put our kids in places for ECE that will have an impact on their educational career and life trajectory. So this next slide is about the Nevada Quality Rating and Improvement System, QRIS. So as we push to expand, it's critically important to us that we're not just expanding access, but we're ensuring that it's access to quality pre-K programming. The gains that children deserve to see and the commitment we have towards families and the communities means we must have high quality. This system is a framework used in 40 states throughout the country. It supports coaching and evaluation of child care centers and district pre-K school sites, and it's our primary strategy to establish quality throughout the state. Just as a general overview, it's a 5-star scale that we use right now, but we want to just note that this isn't like an online rating. It's not like a Google or Yelp review. And so 1 and 2 stars are going to be emerging and progressing schools. A 3-star is going to be a school that's meeting all quality metrics. A 4 and 5 schools are exceeding those metrics or are in the level of high quality. Any school that participates in QRIS is getting that coaching, is getting that evaluation, has that commitment to improvement. So we always want to tell people that if you see a 2 or 3 star, it doesn't mean it's a place to avoid. It's a place that's really having intentional efforts towards quality. QRIS is in licensed or childcare licensed community-based childcare programs, family childcare homes, and school district pre-K programs, as well as in 9 tribal programs serving children from birth through 5 throughout the state. This program is entirely funded through federal dollars that come from the Child Care and Development Fund, and they flow from the Division of Social Services to the Department of Education. So they're a critical partner for us in allowing us to maintain this quality. As you can see, over $6 million of funds come from DSS to NDE to support these programs. And again, that's all federal. As of December, we had 522 enrolled programs, 132 of which were on the wait list. So we're seeing the impact, we're seeing what it does, but we don't have the capacity due to fiscal limitations to serve all program needs immediately. This also shows the impact of QRES. So if we look at 2021, 51.8% of centers had met that quality metric, 3 to 5 stars, where in the last review of the year-long data, we had 66.7%. You also see that 4-star centers increased by 52 centers, 5-star centers increased by 20 centers. So in this short period of time, there's an additional 72 centers that serves, I would guess thousands of children. That is an option to parents and has strong impact on student development. And again, just highlighting that like the coaching and the continuous monitoring that is done within this framework is actually yielding easily identifiable results. Sorry, can you go back to the last slide? I also want to mention, in context of Nevada Ready Pre-K, Nevada Ready Pre-K represents 60% of sites in the QRS program, but they overrepresent the 4- and 5-star programs as they're 77.9% of quality programs and only 24% of emerging and progressing programs. So I think that gives really strong evidence that when state pre-K is paired with quality continuous improvement systems, we see the best outcomes for the state. This speaks to the data that we're doing over the past 2 years, largely thanks to pre-K development grants. Our state has taken a big undertaking in a data warehouse so that we can systematize the robust sharing of data across programs to parents and to the community. Data can be queried on command with confidence and accuracy in the source, and data sources can also increase collaboration between internal and external teams. In the last 2 years, every student that's gone through Nevada Ready Pre-K is now in the Infinite Campus system. That's the first time that's happened in the state, but it means that we will be able to have longitudinal data available to us. So we'll be able to track those students through their educational careers, and those that stay within the state, we can also often track them through their career using shared data with NPower and such. I think this is critical because it will give us a sharper frame of reference with which to consider the programs that we're funding and the impact they'll have on students. So speaking about challenges, so funding will fluctuate from year to year, and it creates difficulty for schools to commit to pre-K expansion. This also impacts rural programming more than urban in most cases. Also, the funding amount per seat or the award per child has remained static. The award for one seat is not enough to support the salaries and operations of pre-K seats. So districts must braid funding and sometimes close or reduce their pre-K programs if they're not able to pull from multiple sources. Additionally, capacity is not keeping pace with the field's needs, and so waitlists are continuing to grow, even as state pre-K seats expand. As we said earlier, QRS funds are funded through federal grants. Sometimes it's difficult to predict the amount of funding that's available, and so we have that waitlist. And then the timing of state grants can also put funds on local community programs who may not be able to fill seats until they've received the funding, which contributes to undesirable vacancy rates. So our recommendations to overcome these challenges, first would be durable funding. And so we need this to empower schools and centers to fully commit to pre-K expansion. So if you consider perhaps a new charter school and they want to serve early learners, they have to decide, okay, are we going to start pre-K through 1 or are we going to start K through 2? But K through 12 is guaranteed funding, it's durable funding. Pre-K, every legislative cycle will find out, is NRPK funded, at what level is it funded? So they have to take that risk to say, hey, will this actually be there? Additionally, the award per child being less than the cost creates an opportunity to pull back or have hesitation. It also creates a situation in which districts that have highly invested in Nevada Ready Pre-K often do it based on school leadership, and there's the opportunity for that change as leadership transition. With durable funding, schools can have the confidence to move forward, knowing they won't have to make changes to their workforce. They're not going to have to, suddenly lay off staff if the grant amount comes in less than expected. And it also will remove that barrier that says that pre-K is not as safe an option as K through 12 for school operations. The other piece is the award amount per child. So the award amount per child right now is $8,410. That award amount was decided in 2021. Obviously, since that time, there have been 2 double-digit increases to salaries for all of our teachers throughout the state, but there hasn't been $1 of increase in the award per child. So districts are responsible to find where to get that money, and the reality is our districts have reported to us for every child they serve in pre-K, they lose money based on the award amount. This can also disproportionately affect rurals just because of economies of scale. Our larger districts have that economy of scale, so they might have more options to pull in funding, where our rurals do not. And so rurals have the appetite and desire to serve more seats. We at the state want to give those seats to those rural programs, but there's a fiscal limitation there. So if we can update the allocation or the award amount per seat, we would have a more equitable system throughout the state. And then finally, it's expanding the recruitment, retention, and development of early childhood educators to meet the necessary demand. As we said, we know we haven't reached capacity limits because we're continuing to get more and more requests for seats than we have funds to allocate those seats. But if we really want to make this march to universal pre-K, we will have to continue to invest in the workforce and capacity to fully serve the needs of our students.
And that concludes our presentation, I believe. So we are open for any questions. Thank you so much for your time and attention this morning.
Thank you, and that was Superintendent Wakefield, by the way. So thank you so much for the presentation, for the information. We do have several questions, so we'll start right here with Assemblymember LaRue Hatch.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for being here. As a classroom teacher, I understand the lifelong impact that pre-K has on our kids. And as a high school teacher, I can see the kids that went through quality pre-K and the ones that didn't. It stays that whole time. And so I appreciate your work, and I'm a supporter on expanding it. I have a couple questions. You talked about this mixed use model, and you mentioned some districts are doing it, and then maybe some private institutions like nonprofits or community orgs. How does it look within those schools? Is it they have all Nevada pre-K kids in their school, or do they have some kids that aren't paying because they're in those seats, and then other kids whose parents are paying because they're in different seats?
Yes, Michael Mitchell for the record. So both in district and in community-based sites, they can braid the students that are within that classroom. However, they have to follow proportionality. And so if I have a class, if I'm a program that has 20 students in a classroom, 10 may be tuition, 10 may be NRPK, I can only put 50% of my material costs, of my salary costs to that teacher because we go in proportionality. If I had 8, then it would be 40%. We do encourage that as well because it creates a more diverse classroom environment. And also the differences between district and CBO, there's different pros and cons, and CBO being the community-based organizations, those child care centers, and we want parent choice. And so some parent may say, you know what, I would like my kid in a school district site. If I enroll them in pre-K in my district site, they can be there pre-K through 5 years. That's a continuity of care. That's amazing. In some of our charter schools, they actually go pre-K through 8, so kids that enroll in pre-K can be there for 9 years. Another parent may say, hey, this is the community program that my son or my neighbor went to. I need this so I can have that extended care for work or to go to school. We encourage all of that, and we don't want to necessarily isolate or segregate, but we do have to have very rigorous fiscal tracking to ensure that that money doesn't cross over.
Thank you for that. And obviously, I'm in a K-12 traditional school setting, so I'm used to there being a per pupil amount, and it's given to the district, and they divide it up. So can you just walk me through, and I know there is a reason for this, but can you walk me through, why can't we just say there's 2 more grades that are required in traditional public school, a grade for 3-year-olds and a grade for 4-year-olds, here's some extra money, make it happen?
Michael Mitchell for the record. I think the ultimate vision of the Office of Early Learning and Development is exactly that. I would say, like, when we look at enrollment trends within the state, enrollment's down about 24,000 students in the last 5 years. And I've heard you speak to this, but our population in the state has grown approximately 150,000. So we're actually having, more taxpayers, more workers, more people on pensions, more people paying property tax. Normally when you see a decrease in enrollment, you're worried that you won't actually be able to support other services because how it's laid out. But actually we have a very atypical opportunity in our state, which is that we're actually a growing state that needs to serve a smaller number of population. So I think it would be great if we could say, hey, we have 24,000 kids in the state, 4-year-olds that need pre-K. We have an enrollment decline of 24,000 kids. The money that goes to schools is based on enrollment. You can replace that enrollment right there and I think possibly solve a lot of budgeting concerns in that regard. But obviously, it takes a lot of work to get there.
And this is Superintendent Wakefield to just layer on a quick response. And while that vision is very compelling and drives our team's work, we also are under the impression there's a lot of NRS changes that would have to happen in order for that to come true, including the way that PCFP is currently in NRS, beginning with K, and focused on funding for the K-12 system, currently not contemplated for the pre-K offerings for our state.
Thank you. I'm going to jump in just a minute now. I wanted to confirm this with this legal counsel right here, just because of his experience working with this committee. That really would be a legislative decision if we throw those in, if you will, right? But the impact, and I think this is what Superintendent Wakefield was also speaking to. Of course, then that would, in theory, reduce the per pupil funding for the K-12 system for those students that are there. And so there would be a lot of working and negotiating and so on. So that's why the conversation generally centers around increasing the pie, right? Instead of let's take 2 more pieces out of it, because you certainly don't want to hurt one end for the other, as important as the other is. So it's certainly a challenge that we need to find a way to figure out. Assemblymember, other questions? You're good?
Questions I had, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. And we will go to Las Vegas. Assemblymember Mosca, I know you have a question or two.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for this important presentation, and then for the Chair for putting it on the agenda today. My question was really around, first of all, I want to say thank you for the QRIS system. I think it's really important. We have high expectations and we have outcomes for young people, especially our youngest learners, so I appreciate that. I'm always trying to understand what is the collaboration, or how does NDE work with the Department of Social Services and our community-based care? So I'll start there.
Michael Mitchell for the record. So the QRIS collaboration is that key collaboration partnership. Division of Social Services is the awardee for child care development funds. And so typically, any of the funds we have to invest in those child care programs, to work on best practices, to provide coaching, is funded through that CCDF grant, which goes to DSS. So our team, particularly our QRS team, works with their team over there to create yearly plans, to figure out the coaching plans. We also work with community partners to institute that coaching. I think from our perspective, it's a very fantastic partnership because it ensures that we're hitting programs across the spectrum, both child care and district sites, as well as family child care centers. And it always has to be a collaboration, right? Like, we have to move forward. DSS mission and vision of having high-quality childcare seats. And if we don't return on that commitment, there's no reason for them to invest in us. Likewise, they have access to a lot of information in terms of the childcare licensing space that we don't have, so they're able to share that with us so we can be more effective.
Thank you, and follow up, please, Chair.
Please go ahead.
And I really asked because I have the practitioner background, but really now as a parent, I would just say my personal experience, the community base is easier and more convenient for me. I don't think that was the way I may have thought prior. Chair, I know that DSS is in the room. Would love, if it's okay with you, Chair, to invite them up to just hear from their perspective what is required from their grants.
Please come right ahead. Come forward. Thank you for jumping in, and just state your name for the record. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Maria Wortman-Meshberg, and I'm the agency manager for the Child Care and Development Program. I would say our partnership with NDE is strong as well. Our funds are used to support a portion of the QRIS star rating program to ensure that we are working to get high quality childcare, licensed childcare. And they support our providers in that.
And last question, Chair, thank you. It's just because this is what this committee hearing is about, but is there anything that you would say that would make it easier? Like, are there barriers when it comes to the governmental approach that we're taking when it comes to these two pieces being in different offices?
So Maria Wortman-Meshberger for the record. Because we are, I want to say my team is talking to NDE, I feel like on at least a weekly basis, if not daily, some weeks. So I really do feel that the partnership is really strong, but other ways to collaborate and make it even stronger would be something we, of course, would be open to.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Did you want to add, Director Mitchell?
Sure. Yeah, Michael Mitchell for the record. Just one thing that came up in our slides regarding QRIS. Again, it's all federally funded. In some states, you see state investment as well. And so if there was the opportunity for us to work together to get some of those funds, we would be able to get into other schools much more quickly. I think also in terms of like relationships between offices, it's very positive, it's very strong. But I agree with what she said in terms of having systems that really allow us to share data easily and in a comprehensive way. Sharing dashboards rather than just connection points can sometimes would allow us to be more efficient.
Okay, thanks so much to you both. Our Vice Chair has a question down in Las Vegas. Assemblymember Torres-Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. My question is more just to better understand like the application system for pre-K, how I've seen it, and I just want to make sure that my understanding is correct, is that students have to, and families have to individually apply to each of those pre-K programs. So for example, let's say one school district has a program and then there's a community-based program and then a school, there's no one single portal where like families could apply to know which seats were available. They would have to apply to multiple different systems. So the district obviously being one system, I know that they have multiple schools obviously, but then if there's other pre-Ks, they have to apply to individually to those programs. Is that correct?
Michael Mitchell for the record. Yes, that's correct, but currently, and thanks in part to very strong partnership from our community partners, some of whom you'll speak to today, we are working on a single application portal. That portal would allow parents to put in their information and essentially tell them what programs they may qualify for and send that referral to that program. The one thing I'd say is we don't have a regulation that requires anyone to be in that, and so NRPK programs at this point would have to voluntarily go into that program, or we would have to, be able to make the sell, so to say. But I do think there's a significant need to make processes easier for families. and understand how to do that. And I'm thankful for the partnerships we have with programs like Children's Cabinet and First Five, which are helping us move towards that outcome.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up.
Pete-
Do you know when that will go into effect?
Yes, Michael Mitchell for the record. So the demo was brought to us actually this week, the what hopefully will be the final demo. So the hope is that programs that opt into it can start using it for the upcoming school year.
Thank you. That's really exciting.
Yep. The other potential challenge is that was funded through preschool development grants, which expire June 30th. And so we're looking at funding availability for maintenance costs, assuming it's a successful project, which I think it will be.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. Then last question, Assemblymember Luhatch.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the other additional bite at the apple. I was digging through the dashboard that you presented, which I really appreciate. I noticed in looking at it that it says Washoe County is 0.7% of the regional enrollment. I know we don't make up 0.7% of the state. So can you just speak to what are the challenges that are going on in Washoe that are not allowing us to get that enrollment similar to maybe other counties?
Michael Mitchell for the record. I want to caution that obviously I'm not Washoe School District, and so their response may be different than my own. But what I've seen or heard in my interpretation, one of the challenges is that lack of durable funding. And so every other year, they essentially can't guarantee that their pre-K teachers will be employed the following year. And so they've had teachers who their degree is ECE, they want to teach pre-K, and they're like, I can't take the stress, I can't do this to my family, I'm going to kinder, I'm going to first. So it's going to impact your workforce. They did do a request, I believe, 190 additional seats this year, so they're great partners for us. And I know they have the want and appetite to serve more students, but there's some of those barriers in play. And also, district by district, they kind of have to determine what their economic capability is to take the loss on each seat.
Thank you so much, Director. Thank you, Superintendent Wakefield. Thank you all for coming forward. Thanks for being really on the spot. We really appreciate it. We do have quite an extensive agenda, so we're going to push along and make sure I understand it's Friday afternoon. For everyone, committee members, I understand that. Thank you for being here.
It's my favorite place.
This is your favorite place. Gotta love it, even out of the system. Okay, we're going to go right to the Children's Cabinet, and with us we have former chair of this interim committee, Shannon Bilbray-Axelrod, as well as Marty Elquist. Marty's from the Children's Cabinet in Carson City, and no, she's in Carson City. I think you're both from Vegas. Marty, you from Vegas?
Marty's
Elquist?
in Reno.
In Reno. Oh, hey, welcome. All right. Hey.
We represent the state of Nevada.
The Children's Cabinet, the whole cabinet, not just a shelf.
That's right.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair and committee. Thank you so much for inviting us today to talk about Nevada's early childhood system. For the record, my name is Marty Elquist, E-L-Q-U-I-S-T, and I'm the Chief Programs Officer for the Children's Cabinet. Since 1985, the Children's Cabinet has pursued our mission to keep children safe and families together. Our certified evidence-based organization serves over 15,000 Nevadans statewide annually through our data-driven programming, including wraparound case management, youth workforce development, suicide prevention and mental health programming, home visiting, early learning quality improvement, employer support to improve family-friendly business practices, including growing childcare capacity on employer locations. And over the last 15 years, we have led coalition development to improve the early childhood comprehensive system in our state.
Thank you, Chair Taylor, Vice Chair Torres Fawcett, and the rest of the committee. I really do feel like I've come home, so thank you for having me. I am here in my capacity as Director of Policy and External Affairs for the Children's Cabinet, who Marty just explained, 40-year-old nonprofit here in the state of Nevada with a simple mission: to keep kids safe and families together. Today's presenter lineup represents a broad, aligned Kids First Nevada coalition. Those partnerships include the United Way of Southern Nevada, the Nevada Child Care Provider Action Committee, Children's Advocacy Alliance, which is known as CAA, the Gwynn Center, and the Children's Cabinet. And we will also be representing Nevada Early Childhood Advisory Council, known as ECAC. While each organization plays a different role, we are united in a shared vision that children enter kindergarten ready to succeed, families can access affordable, high-quality early learning, providers and educators are supported and sustainable, state investments are coordinated, accountable, and effective. These alignments reflect the ongoing work and advocacy of our early childhood partners who are committed to strengthening our system. To understand why this alignment matters, it's important to step back and briefly ground ourselves in why early childhood policy is foundational to educational success.
Now we know the research is clear. We know that 90% of all brain development occurs before the age of 5. Assemblymember Hatch, you're right, you see it. You see lifelong impact of pre-K programs. You see it in high school. We see it with less reliance on social assistance programs. We see greater workforce development when we invest in our kids and have high-quality pre-K. There are developmental gaps tied to income and opportunity, and we know that they appear before kindergarten, and they often persist throughout children's K through 12 experiences without early intervention. The science tells us that high-quality early childhood education improves kindergarten readiness, reduces the need for remediation and special education, reduces juvenile delinquency, and strengthens graduation rates and workforce participation. James Heckman, a Nobel Prize-winning economist from the University of Chicago, has studied the economic benefits of investing in human capital, meaning our children. We know that, based on his research, investments in high-quality early education are investments in human capital, which can yield $7 to $13 in return for every $1 invested. In addition to the ROI of investing in our children, having reliable access to childcare is also an economic issue for our state. High-quality childcare enables parents, especially mothers, to work. It allows employer productivity and state economic growth depending on childcare availability. According to a recent fact sheet published by the Bipartisan Policy Center, Nevada is at risk of losing upwards to $6.4 billion in lost household income, decreased business productivity, and foregone tax revenue over the next 10 years. And this is due to the 66.10 child care availability gap for families that need child care to go to work. The child care gap, that means that Nevada's current licensed child care capacity can only meet 33.9% of the demand for children underneath the age of 5. And the demand is defined as children living in households where all available parents work. Investments in the child care sector alone also have a direct, indirect, and induced economic impact of 1.92. This SAM, stands for Social Accounting Matrix, output multiplier, is a measure used in economic analysis to quantify the impact of a specific industry on the entire economy. So this multiplier of 1.92 means that a $1 increase in output by the child care sector equals a total economic activity for our state of $1.92. This multiplier is deconstructed as an initial $1 increase in output by the child care providers. Also have additional indirect, like the child care business will then take those funds that are invested in the child care sector to go purchase janitorial. They have to pay their bills. They also then have a workforce that they pay. And then that workforce also has economic impact because then they go to the grocery store and they pay their bills. And so that economic output ripples through the economy of our entire state. We know that a strong economy depends on strong families. We know that when parents cannot find affordable child care, they also struggle to pay for diapers and formulas, and often, too many times, have to choose between their job and their baby's health. When this happens, our entire workforce suffers, and we feel it and we see it. But when research also shows us that when government supports families who need it early on, parents can stay in the workforce. Children's development is supported, businesses thrive, and communities grow stronger.
Shannon Bilbray Axelrod for the record, and I realize I didn't spell my name before, but I did give my card. So to realize the investment potential, we must have a coordinated system. Currently, Nevada's early childhood programs are fragmented across multiple state agencies, policies, and budgets. You'll hear more about this from our partners at the Gwynn Center. This fragmentation creates confusion, duplicative systems for families and providers. It also creates administrative inefficiencies and challenges related to tracking outcomes, aligning funding, and evaluating that return on our investment. As a result, families struggle to access care, providers face sustainability challenges, and programs are underutilized, which limits the impact. The bottom line, supporting high-quality early childhood program is proven to have the return on investment for our children and their future potential, working families, businesses, and our overall economy. But Nevada's current early childhood structure makes it difficult to capture that return.
Marty Elquist again for the record. The information just shared with you is also the information that drives the work of Nevada's Early Childhood Advisory Council, also known as the Nevada ECAC. The council is established in NRS Statute 432A.076. The ECAC serves as the state's cross-sector coordinating body for early childhood. We are here presenting on their behalf as ECAC partners and member representatives. The chair and co-chair of the ECAC are also present today to answer any additional questions if needed. The ECAC recognizes both the importance of early childhood and the challenges of the current system. The Nevada ECAC has developed overarching policy priorities, which we are presenting as representatives of that body. First, the child care access and affordability. The ECAC specifically would like to expand child care subsidies and financial supports for families. Number two, workforce support and compensation. This priority is to address low wages, limited benefits, and high turnover among early childhood educators. We need to reduce administrative burdens and support the sustainability of our providers statewide. And this is critical if we need to realize a universal pre-K system and a blended service delivery model. We need our licensed community-based child care programs to have the capacity to serve Nevada's 3 and hopefully 4-year-olds, but also to provide parent choice and a workforce support. Not all of our families can drop off their children at a high-quality pre-K program for 6 hours a day. They need a program with wraparound supports, and that support is provided in our community-based child care programs. The third priority is system alignment and governance to address fragmentation and improve governance structures to clarify authority, accountability, and outcomes, and align policies to reduce duplication and to improve efficiencies. The fourth, family support and engagement, to simplify communication and reduce administrative hurdles and ensure the adoption of family-centered approaches across all of our early childhood systems, including the authentic engagement of our families as key leaders and decision makers in policy. Finally, data infrastructure, specifically the development of an early childhood integrated data system, commonly referred to as an ESIDS, to support data-driven decision-making and legislative oversight. We need to know that our investments in our children are making a difference throughout their early childhood years, but also then K through 12 and then into adulthood. So then it's not just research informing us of the investments that we make a long-term impact. It is our own data in this state informing those decisions. We need an ESIDS to do that work. You will hear more about these priorities in the presentations that follow. Committee, Nevada has an opportunity to fix this system, and we implore you to join us in building an early childhood system that works for our children, our families, our educators, and our entire state.
Thanks to you both. We will have, as you can tell, committee, we'll have a series of presentations. We'll do questions at the end of those, if we may, so we can certainly stay on schedule. And each organization, thank you for being here and sharing with us. You know your timing. I'm going to encourage you, should you bleed over that, so that we can stay on schedule and be respectful of others who need to present behind you. So we appreciate it. Thank you so much for starting us off, for kicking us off. I will say the Children's Cabinet. Now we'll go to the United Way of Southern Nevada.
Yeah, thank you, Chair
sorry?
Taylor. If we can have a tiny mix-up in our order, if we can invite the Child Care Provider Action Committee and Miss Christine McNally.
You'd like to switch those two?
Could we please?
Certainly, certainly. You can, next time you ask me before the meeting.
So sorry about
Okay.
that, Chair.
Appreciate that,
Thank you.
Miss Elquist.
I'm already in trouble.
Please welcome Ms. McNally. This is the Child Care Provider Action Committee, and we have you down for 20 minutes, Ms. McNally. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Chair Taylor, Marty Elquist for the record. My presentation, it is frozen, and I am unable to load Ms. McNally's presentation, so I will
Let's see if we
keep
may.
trying.
Let's see if we may. We'll have some. See if Ms. Rowe can be of assistance.
I already have it on the.
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. Now we'll start your time. You're good.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. For the record, my name is Christine McNally, McNally, and I'm here today representing the Nevada Child Care Provider Action Committee. I want to begin with something that may seem simple, but it is actually shaping how this entire issue is understood. There's a movement in early childhood called Words Matter, and it exists because the language shapes the culture. When we call this daycare instead of early education, when we say that providers are making care unaffordable, or when headlines suggest that providers are corrupt or misusing public funds, we unintentionally send a message about the value of this profession. And the language tells the public whether this work is skilled or unskilled, trustworthy or suspect, essential or expendable. And when we frame providers as babysitters or price gougers or fraud risks, we shouldn't be surprised when educators leave the field, when families lose trust, and when the capacity continues to shrink. Most providers are not trying to game the system, we are trying to sustain it. If Nevada wants a stable, high-quality child care system, we have to change not only how we fund it, but how we talk about it. Because words matter. And in early childhood, they shape the future for the workforce, for the families that we serve, and for the children in our state. And when we talk about this system, we shape how we design it. When we say childcare, what do we picture? For many people, it sounds like a service, something that supports families so that they can go to work. And when we hear the word service, we tend to think of something that's flexible or optional, something that can be adjusted or reduced or delayed. But that's not what we're talking about. What we're actually talking about is our infrastructure. It's the system that allows families to participate in our workforce, businesses to remain staffed and operational, and children to begin building foundations for everything that comes next. And when we use smaller language, we get smaller solutions. We get temporary fixes instead of a long-term design. We get fragmented efforts instead of coordinated systems. And that's where we are right now. So if there's one idea I hope that you carry forward, it is this. Nevada's Child Care Challenge is not a single problem. It is not just costs, it is not just access, and it is not just workforce. It is a structural problem, and structural problems require structural solutions. I'm a child care provider, I'm a business owner, and I'm an employer. I'm also here representing the Child Care Provider Action Committee, which was built on one clear principle: nothing about me without me. Because providers are not observing the system from the outside. We are inside of it every single day. We are taking policy decisions and turning them into real classrooms for children. We are taking funding structures and trying to make them work in real classrooms. We are taking regulations and navigating how they interact in real time. And we are bringing forward, what we are bringing forward today is not theory. It is a lived system experience. In early childhood, we often talk about kindergarten readiness, but what we're really building is something much deeper. We're building the foundation for a child's lifelong learning, health, and development. If you were building a house, you would never pour a foundation full of gaps and cracks and hope that the structure would hold later. You would reinforce it. You would stabilize it. And you would make sure that it could carry the weight. Because once that house is built, you cannot go back and fix the foundation without enormous costs, if it's at all possible. And that's exactly where we're at right now. We are trying to build stronger and stronger structures on foundations full of gaps. Gaps in funding, gaps in access, and gaps in alignment between the systems. When the foundation is unstable, when programs are underfunded, unpredictable, or forced to operate in survival mode, those gaps do not disappear. They show up later. They show up in classrooms. They show up in the workforce readiness. They show up in health outcomes and in public systems that must absorb that cost. And when we see problems in structure, we keep trying to just repair the walls, but we're not actually fixing the foundation. One of the most common narratives we hear in childcare is that it's too expensive. And I want to challenge that today, because what families are paying for does not actually reflect the true cost of providing a high-quality program. In reality, most programs operate below true cost of care. Providers are actually absorbing that gap through lower or non-existent margins, deferred investments, and constant financial strains. When we look at the research first demonstrated about the long-term impact of early childhood programs like the Perry Preschool Project, those outcomes were not accidental. They were built on specific conditions: small ratios, highly prepared educators, intentional, well-designed environments. Those elements make early learning powerful. And they are also the elements that define the true cost of quality. So the challenges that we are facing is not that childcare is too expensive. It's that the system is not structured to fund what quality actually requires. We are asking families to pay more than they can afford, while providers operate on margins they cannot sustain in the system, and neither of those realities reflect the true cost of doing the work well. These are not optional features. They are the baseline. So the goal should not be to make quality cheaper. The goal should be to make quality accessible. And accessibility requires a shared investment, because right now We are asking families to carry the cost of the infrastructure almost entirely on their own, and when that doesn't work, providers are positioned as the problem. And to understand why this system is so fragile, we have to look at what is actually taking place within how it operates. Most early childhood programs operate on extremely thin margins, not because they are inefficient, but because the cost structure of this work is fundamentally different than other industries. Staffing is the largest expense, and it has to be due to ratios. In many programs, staffing alone accounts for 60 to 75% of all the revenue they bring in. You cannot increase ratios without impacting safety and quality, and you cannot reduce staffing without impacting the children. And you cannot significantly increase revenue without pricing out families. So what we are left with is a system where costs are fixed, revenue is limited, and funding is inconsistent. Nationally, many programs operate in margins of 1 to 3% profit, if they are sustainable at all. This means there is no cushion. There's no ability to absorb the disruption. There's no room for delayed payments and subsidy, sudden policy changes, or enrollment instability. And yet, those are the exact conditions that providers are expected to operate within. This is not a pricing issue. That is a system design issue. And the cost is only part of the foundation. The other is the alignment. Providers are not operating inside just one system. We're navigating licensing and fire and building, planning departments, health departments, licensing, zoning, and other early childhood partnerships. These systems don't always align. I experienced this firsthand with an expansion of one of our schools. I asked a fire marshal how to secure a building in an emergency while meeting fire code and licensing requirements. I was told that the device that I wanted to use that would quickly secure the building in an emergency because if it were left in place and somebody broke into my building and did not have thumbs and then decided to start a fire, they could not operate the device to get out of the building. On another instance, I had a gate that was secured from the playground to the street and was told that that gate could not be secured to keep the children safe from accessing the road. However, licensing requires that providers keep the children safe and that this would include securing the facility and that playground. So the answers were unclear because the requirements from different agencies directly contradict each other. These are not isolated situations. These are examples of what happens when the systems are not designed together. And then what happens? Providers become the point of where those conflicts have to be resolved. Ultimately, the children pay the price. I recently heard of a mother who must keep her teenage child home from high school to care for her 3 younger siblings because the cost of childcare would exceed her monthly rent and she does not qualify for subsidy assistance. These are not isolated stories. Across Nevada, families are being forced into impossible choices that put children's safety, education, and well-being at risk. At the same time, childcare providers are expected to remain stable within a system defined by instability. It's not a sustainable system design. And that's where our conversation needs to become very clear, because to sustain the economy and support families in our state, we must prioritize childcare as a vital infrastructure by increasing investment, streamlining processes, and updating rigid income limits to reflect the actual cost of living. So today we're not presenting theoretical ideas. To understand why these solutions matter, we have to look at what the current system is doing, not in theory, but in practice. Providers are experiencing significant delays in subsidy payments. In some cases, those delays extend for months. And during that time, programs are expected to still operate. Staff must still be paid, rent does not pause, utilities do not pause, ratios have to be maintained, So providers are left making impossible financial decisions, including using personal funds or credit just to keep their programs open. That is not a sustainable system. We've also seen the impact of the reduced income eligibility within our state subsidy programs. When eligibility dropped from 85% of the median income to roughly 41%, families did not gradually adjust. They lost access, some almost immediately. In one example, a provider lost 35 families as a result of this change, and 25 of those families completely left the workforce because they could no longer afford care. It's not just a child care issue. That is a workforce issue. That is an economic issue. And the third impact, the lack of coordinated alignment, is something I've already described. When systems are not aligned, providers are left navigating conflicting requirements while trying to maintain safety, quality, and consistency. So when we talk about the impact, we are not talking about isolated challenges. We're talking about system-level decisions that are showing up in real time in classrooms, in businesses, and in families across our state. The Child Care Provider Action Committee is offering practical steps to align policy with how child care actually operates. First, adopt enrollment-based payment practices, something that is already nationally an industry standard. Fund the slot, not daily attendance, so that programs can maintain stability and continuity of care. Reinstate targeted slot programs, because without them, specialized care like infant care, care for children with special needs, or care during non-traditional hours is often the first to disappear when funding becomes unstable. Increase income eligibility for child care subsidy, because too many working families today earn just too much to qualify, but far too little to afford care. Monitor the outcomes. Track how these changes impact access, provider participation, and system stability so that the system can improve over time. Establish a dedicated early childhood fund and enable local level innovation and investment, because long-term stability requires long-term funding, not temporary solutions. And local communities need flexibility to respond to the specific needs of their families and the workforce. Expand Nevada Ready Pre-K through a mixed delivery model. This means recognizing that no single setting can meet everybody's needs. Public schools, community-based providers, and home-based programs each play a role in serving families. And when these systems work together, we increase access, support parental choice, and create a more responsive system for children. And finally, strengthen public-private partnerships, because childcare does not exist in isolation. It's directly connected to the workforce, to business stability, and to economic growth. And those partnerships must include voices of providers and families, not just in implementation, but in decision-making. And across all of these recommendations, the goal is the same: to build a system that is sustainable enough for providers, accessible enough for families, and strong enough to support children during the years when their foundations are being built. Policy only changes when people with the authority to act choose to act. So the ask is clear: develop and support policy aligned with how the system actually operates. Engage directly with providers, not just as stakeholders, but as partners in the design. And treat early childhood for what it is: not a service, not a temporary support, but essential infrastructure. As we close, I want to come back to where we started. Words matter. Because if we continue to talk about childcare as a service, we will continue to treat it like one. But it's not a service, it is infrastructure. You cannot build a strong house on a foundation with holes, and you cannot build a strong state on an early childhood system that is unstable. Nevada's children are laying their futures for their foundation right now, and what we decide today determines whether that will hold. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McNally. Ms. Elquist, are you staying to do everyone's slides? No, okay. Well, thank you as well. Okay, that's okay. Not a problem. You can if you like. Well, thank you so much, Ms. McNally. Now we're going to go to the United Way of Southern Nevada. Ms. Hodgkins? Yes, please come forward whenever you are ready. Ms. Rowe? To the rescue. I don't know what's going on. How did that happen? Oh, I know what happened. I also see someone joining us in Las Vegas.
Yes, my colleague Henry Rosas is joining me now.
Okay, thank you. We also have IT on the way. Okay, how many? Why don't we take a brief recess while we get this reset, and hopefully it will be brief, and we'll chat for a moment and see what our options may be going forward. Okay. Well, do you need the slides? Right. Oh, yes, we do. We have access to them. They're all online. So, okay, recess over. I did say brief. That's very brief, but we appreciate your Ms. Hodgkins. You're being able to move forward, and we'll just go from there. Yes, please go right ahead. We are back in session. Recess is over, and she can go without slides on the screen. Everyone, you can go to the legislative website, to the committee page, and access via link the slides so you can follow along as well. Please go right ahead and state your name for the record, and thank you for being willing to move forward.
Thank you. Good morning, Julie Houchins for the record, Houchins. I am the Senior Director of Early Education for United Way of Southern Nevada. Thank you, Senator Taylor and committee, for inviting me to share a little bit of our history for United Way around our early education efforts in Southern Nevada. More than 15 years ago, United Way provided high-scope curriculum training for our teachers that was tied to a Child Development Associate degree for our early educators within community-based early learning centers. These training opportunities were funded through philanthropic dollars that United Way brought in. We also provided weekly tuition scholarships for some of our youngest preschoolers. As the state began to implement the Nevada Ready State Pre-K program through federal funds, United Way, in 2015, United Way was the fiscal agent supporting Clark County School District and Oscillero Learning. In 2016, Nevada Department of Ed's, their Office of Early Learning, approached United Way and asked us to implement Nevada Ready Pre-K in community-based organizations, having an understanding of our previous work in these centers in years prior. I joined United Way in 2016 and worked with Clark County School District. We had 3 Oscillero Head Start programs at that time, and then we brought on 5 new community-based partners to implement Nevada Ready Pre-K. We expanded through the PDG dollars, which ran up through 2019. We expanded pre-K programming, and then in 2020, we continued to expand the pre-K program now through state dollars, however. At that time, Clark County became their own sub-grantee, Clark County School District, so they were on their own. We continue to focus to expand high-quality pre-K throughout southern and northern Nevada. We now have over 55 community-based early learning centers in southern Nevada. In 2020, United Way of Southern Nevada, we also supported our northern colleagues here at United Way of Northern Nevada in the Sierra to implement Nevada Ready Pre-K in rural northern Nevada for 2 years until they became their own sub-grantee. As you know, the Nevada Ready Pre-K is a tuition-based scholarship for qualifying 4-year-old children and their families. We are preparing the youngest learners to be ready for kindergarten. The pre-K program supports qualifying 4-year-olds who need to meet that August 1st income or age eligibility, and their families need to meet the 250% federal poverty guidelines. United Way, we also support our community-based providers with training and technical assistance for teachers and administrators. We also partner with local agencies to guide family engagement strategies in centers. But now I will jump into that PowerPoint. So as you were looking at that first slide, for fiscal 26, we were awarded $15 million for 1,900 tuition scholarships. Our April 1st count came in at 1,510. We had some challenges meeting that December 1st initial enrollment date. Our budgets weren't approved until nearly the end of September. So programs, Clark County, many of the other districts were able to ramp up and enroll those children, while our community-based sites had to wait until United Way received the funding to be able to enroll those children. So they've continued to enroll as best they can. As I said, now we've got 1,500 children in seats. We do partner with nearly 60 local childcare programs, from Oscillero Learning Head Start. We have Sunrise Children's Foundation, along with YMCA's. That next slide. So this just shows a little bit of our impact over the years. When we started in 2015 to 2020, we were able to support over 3,300 children with preschool scholarships. Through COVID, we continued to support programs, those children and families. Even during COVID, we had program running. Our numbers dropped as it hit everywhere. We continued to ramp up, and then when we finally hit 2024, we were 77% of an increase from our enrollment scores. 2025, we had 1,437 children with a total of 7,500. And now when you add that 1,500 on, we've hit 9,000 children and families that we've supported in the past 10 years. The next slide there is just really some highlights and glows that United Way has had over our years. With fiscal 27 applications coming due, we have had over an interest of over 2,000 pre-K seats from providers within Southern Nevada. I have a team of 10 in my office that we are supporting all of these providers with. Good. We're supporting all of these providers with coaching, training. We provide a monthly training for them. We do technical assistance for those administrators to help build their business model. We have a strong partnership with the Early Education Committee within Southern Nevada, and we just continue to develop that. I do have a sample of what the FPL looks like on this chart. So for example, a family of 4 need to have made $82,500 or below to qualify for pre-K. This next slide is an example of the learning experiences that these children get through these high-quality opportunities. This is a writing sample of a little guy. It shows his early learning, his pre-writing scribbles on that August 13th date there, and then now his April 10th signature. And yes, this is my grandson. As you can see, look at how well he's holding that 3-finger grasp. He's doing, an amazing job, and he has grown so much throughout this program. Yes, and Asher, same name as yours. I was like, is that his name? Yeah. So we are thrilled with him. And yes, were you a little red-haired like that? Yeah. He has grown so much over the years. This past year with his social emotional skills, pre-reading, he's already reading sight words. He is well ready for kindergarten, so we are excited. One thing just to share on a note back on that FPL piece of it, when we had the 3-year-old seats, he was not eligible because his folks made just maybe a couple thousand more as with a family of 3. Well, now he's a big brother, so he was able to qualify at that 82.5. So bumping, that increase in that FPL can really help support our children and families throughout the valley. The next slide there talks about we are also partnering with the Department of Ed to do Nevada Ready Pre-K within the Family Child Care Pilot through the Preschool Development Grant Funds. So we were awarded $1.7 million for the 50 tuition scholarship seats. We are currently partnering with just under 15 local child care providers across the state. I actually have a provider up here in Reno, Lovely Center, went and visited her the other day. So we also bring in language access support for translation, should those providers need any additional support, whether it's working on their enrollment forms, we can add some assistance there. This pilot program was to have operated, we've actually been in contact with Department of Ed for over a year now to kind of kick this off. And there too, again, we struggled with some of that budget release. The dollars initially were to end as of December 30th, 2025. We got our final award in the middle of December. Thankfully, they were able to find and get this extension piece, so we are now operating January through June 30 of 2026. We've released 38 seats, and we're moving right along. Same qualifications for these 4-year-olds that they do with the Nevada Ready program. So, next slide. So Pre-K for Nevada, this is a philanthropic funds that United Way has received from a private funder to where we are replicating what we do with Nevada Ready, still within, we've got 4 of our current Nevada Ready sites that we have developed these preschool tuition scholarships for 3- and 4-year-old children. So going back and capturing some of those 3s that we lost in the last session. However, we have increased that eligibility up to 300%. Go back up. There we go. So this is funding that runs calendar year. We received our award in January. We kicked everything off first part of February. Those 50 seats filled immediately because we were able to capture those 3- and 4-year-olds, and those families were at that 300% FPL. Neighborhood Network, so this is another program that we've worked with over the past 10 years with the family friends and neighbors who provide care. These are the non-licensed child care providers in neighborhoods who have up to 4 children. We provide tuition scholarship opportunities for their CPR certifications. We also do conference fees. We've got some of them attending the Nevada AUIC conference actually here in Reno. Under some of these dollars, again, this is private funds that we have received. We have a monthly field trip for these providers to bring their children out. We go to the Discovery Children's Museum, Natural History Museum. We also partner with other agencies, the Vegas PBS, Clark County Library. Some of the YMCAs have supported us to do some additional support during these field trip events. On this slide, I just kind of wanted to highlight the TEACH scholarship. It's been very important to our Nevada Ready State Pre-K process. So for a lead teacher to implement a classroom, a high-quality pre-K classroom, they need to have that bachelor's degree, have a 5.2 on the Nevada Registry Career Ladder, and or be on the TEACH scholarship working towards their bachelor's degree. Since 2005, TEACH has been able to support over 1,000 early educators with the scholarship. Unfortunately, as of July 1st, funds have been eliminated to continue supporting any of the recipients here in Nevada. Currently, there's 133 educators who have been enrolled, along with over 100 employers throughout the state whose staff are on these scholarships. 51 of these candidates were waitlisted with an interest of over 143, but since funds have been cut back, initially they were allowed up to 3 courses per semester. It continually has dropped back. Now this past year, it's just been the 1 course along with their book fees that has been allowed in. And I'm going to pass it off to my colleague in Southern Nevada, Henry Rosas, to talk a little bit about our final presentation. Henry?
Hello, Chair Taylor and members of the Interim Education Committee. Henry Rosas, HENRY, ROSAS. For the record, I serve as the External Affairs Manager for United Way of Southern Nevada. Before I jump into the summit, also want to highlight some of the letters that our educators have sent in about the Teach Scholarship that should be available as a public comment exhibit on Nellis. But just wanted to provide a real world impact and stories from our teachers on that program. So just wanted to highlight that there. And thank you, Julie, so much for really highlighting United Way's work in trying to coalesce private philanthropic dollars as well as public dollars to really advance this mission of universal pre-K that we're really excited about. 2 really quick things wanted to highlight. And we'll be sure to follow up with an invitation to committee members for our Early Education Summit. So as we talk today about what does it look like for philanthropy, our nonprofit providers, our government partners, our educators, our parents and families receiving these services, we want to coalesce everybody together for a full day to really continue the conversation and talk about our continued challenges and potential solutions to present to this body in the next legislative session. So we'll have an Early Education and Literacy Summit in late June at CSN's Cheyenne campus here in Southern Nevada, but we cordially extend the invitation to community members to come join us for a full day of programming to really look at and design what these challenges will look like. And many of the folks that you'll see presenting today will also hold sessions and do trainings throughout the day. And then secondly, was asked to provide an update on our grants reform bill that we co-led with Nevada Grant Lab. Assembly Bill 442 was passed and signed into law during the last legislative session. This bill really came out of a need to modernize our state's financial infrastructure, specifically as it relates to the nonprofit sector. So many of the grants that you will see and will be mentioned today operate on a reimbursement basis. So as nonprofit subawardees, we purchase all of the supplies, we pay educators, and then even across the nonprofit sector, we do many of these things up front and then submit what's called requests for reimbursements to state agencies. What our nonprofit providers had shared with us during the last interim was just a delay of 60 to 90 days on receiving those reimbursements. And so for the nonprofit sector, it could cause challenges with scaling down programs of temporarily stopping programs since we don't have the funding to continue them. And at worst, having to lay staff off. And so when we think about the nonprofit sector providing critical social services, we want to make sure that we can have a resilient sector for the betterment of the working people in the state that rely on us to provide housing, food, utility assistance every single day. And so this legislation moved through the legislature and really proud that it was passed unanimously and signed by the governor. And so there's 2 critical components to it. One, effective July 1st, as nonprofits are experiencing any delays with reimbursement after 30 days, the state agency will have to provide a written notice to the nonprofit explaining the reasons for delay. Those notices will then be compiled and submitted as a report to the legislature, which is really transformational for us in being able to collect that data and assess where can we strengthen our state's financial administrative system, whether it's to continue advocating for more grant administrators, or perhaps that there's a federal agency that is taking time to pass down funds to our state agencies. This will really allow us to diagnose the problem better. And then two, on the advance payment portion, so an idea of potentially allowing for nonprofits to really receive some of the startup costs up front to then administer a program. We're working diligently over the interim to work with our agencies to identify what are some guidelines and some compliance standards that our nonprofit sector can meet. And in conjunction with our partners over at Grant Lab, to provide many of the technical assistance and services to our sector. How can we make sure that as we're training nonprofits to absorb and administer state funding, how can we make sure that we do that accountably and to a standard where perhaps as we become more compliant and receive just more reinforcements and training, we can qualify for advances and grants. And so those are just two updates. We continue to work really closely with our agency partners, but I'm just really grateful for the collaboration from this body, from Assemblymember Watts, who sponsored the legislation, and we look forward to sharing more updates as we start to get some of that data at the beginning of the next legislative session. And with that, if that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Rosas. Again, we're going to save the questions for this entire presentation until the very end.
Just one quick statement.
With whom am I speaking? Oh, the vice chair. I couldn't see you. Yes, please go right ahead.
Yes, before this presentation ended, I wanted to congratulate Henry Rosas, who has been accepted into Columbia Law School. As many of you know, he was my attaché during the 2023 legislative session. And so, while I'm sad to see him leave Nevada, I'm very appreciative of the work that he's done with United Way and for the state of Nevada. And I know you're going to continue to do phenomenal things. So thank you so much for your service to our state. And I hope we find you back here in the state of Nevada.
That's certainly, thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair. That's certainly worth acknowledging. Congratulations, Mr. Rosas. Hopefully.
Thank you. It's his last presentation here in Nevada Legislature. So I wanted to make sure we got something on the record for him.
Absolutely. Come on, let's give him a hand. I think that's outstanding.
Oh, thank you.
And Vice Chair,
always a pleasure to be
go ahead,
in front
Mr.
of this
Rosas.
body, and just thank you all so much for your partnership and your support. It means a lot to be in service with all of you.
Well, we appreciate you in that. I know we give full credit to the Vice Chair. She trained you as an attaché, so we'll give her full credit. But no, congratulations. We're very proud of you.
100%.
Very 100%. We're very proud of you. Thank you so much. Yes, so please stick around for questions after the presentation. And now I believe the Children's Advocacy Alliance is next. CAA. We're going to jump in real quick and see if we can get the screen working. And it looks like they're all down in Las Vegas. So please, I can see the, okay, there we are. I see the executive director. We'll just pass it on to you, Ms. Cafretta, introduce your team, and then please go ahead and you have 20 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Great, thank you. Good morning. My name is Elisa Cafretta. It's E-L-I-S-A. Last name is C-A-F-F-E-R-A-T-A, and I will let my team members introduce themselves and spell their names.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alexis Marin, A-L-E-X-I-S-M-A-R-I-N, and I am the Health Policy Manager at the Children's Advocacy Alliance. Thanks for having us.
And good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Jamelle Nance. That is J-A-M-E-L-L-E-N-A-N-C-E. Thank you for having me.
I'm not sure if our PowerPoint is up, but I'm going to give you a high-level overview because a lot of what we have in our PowerPoint has been presented this morning. So we're gonna do the high-level flyover. I think all of us value strong families that are the foundation of strong communities and a strong state. We're going to give you a high-level overview this morning of the economic costs of the lack of reliable childcare in Nevada, as well as the benefits that we would get from investing in childcare, and not just for the state, but for businesses and our families. I think many of you are familiar with the Children's Advocacy Alliance. We have been around almost 30 years. We advocate as an independent voice on behalf of policies that make sure every child in Nevada has the opportunity to thrive. When I start talking to folks about childcare investments, I often get the feedback that childcare should be a family issue, that the state should not have a role in what we do in the childcare space. But I think you've heard ample evidence that childcare affects us all in the state. A Ready Nation report showed that there's $172 million a year economic impact from the lost productivity that the lack of childcare in this country has on our businesses and our economy. In Nevada, that number is anywhere from $1 to $3 billion impact a year. Most of that impact is just sort of common sense. 1 in 6 Nevada workers reports that they've showed up late at work, they've missed, they've had to go home early. That leads to lack of hours and pay. It also leads to a lack of opportunity and support for training, education, skill building, promotions. That loss is then translated to businesses that are missing out on skilled employees and productivity. If those employees end up losing their jobs, that means that they'll lose out on, they'll have to recruit new folks, and it's okay, we can do it without the slides. You have the slides and you can look at all the details. I wasn't going to read them to you anyway. So business lose out on productive employees. They have to recruit new folks. There's the cost of turnover, and that hits the state budget as well because people are making less money. Businesses are making less money. They're buying less in the grocery stores. So there's an impact to our taxes as well. In the slides, we have a report from the Lindsay Institute. They did a deep dive on the cost of the caregiving economy to our state. And they showed that about 30,000 workers were missing from the Southern Nevada economy, which had in their analysis a $3 billion impact to the state, to the regional economy from loss of productivity. They looked at the caregiving economy and looked at an analysis of the child care workers as well as elder care and disability care. But the highest number of workers that are missing, 70% of them are out of the workforce because of child care duties, not the elder care or disability duties, although those do have an impact on our economy as well. The heart-stopping number to me from that report is that over 350,000 workers in Southern Nevada are relying on unpaid caregivers of one form or another, which is a $34 billion risk to the Southern Nevada economy. I don't envision a scenario where all of those folks would have to drop out of the workforce, but it does really illustrate the point of how much our economy depends on the goodwill of friends, families, neighbors, and these patchwork ad hoc care situations. The silver lining, of course, is that's a huge opportunity for investment and the benefits that we would get as a state from investing. The business community has seen the need for this as well. The chambers of commerce, the LVGEA, they've all sort of raised the alarm about the impact to our businesses and our economies as well. They survey their members. This is always one of the top issues for workforce development and economic productivity. And it's not just the economy. Families are losing out on financial stability and the benefits that come from being in a stable financial situation. Children, I think, are missing out the most. You've heard about the lifelong impacts of a high quality childcare system. And the potential of our children really relies on sort of those repeated quality experiences that children can have in a quality childcare setting. So that's a lifelong benefit that we're missing out on when people are relying on these ad hoc arrangements. One of the other things I think it's important to stress is why the cost is so high in Nevada. If you look at the federal gap between the number of children who need childcare seats and the childcare seats that are available, there's a 28% gap. So 28% more kids than licensed childcare facilities. In Nevada, that gap is 66%. So we would need to triple the number of childcare seats we have in order to accommodate the families that are in need. And that's how much opportunity there is to make a real difference on a lifelong basis for our families and our businesses and our economy. You've heard sort of a high level of overview of all the solutions. I think hopefully at your work session, you'll be discussing sort of in depth what we need to do to invest in building the capacity, the number of stable home and center-based seats, the investments we need to make in our workforce, not only recruiting folks, but paying them well so that they will stay in early child care, because they're the ones that provide the quality that makes the difference and the lifelong benefit to our kids. We need to do something about the accessibility and affordability once we've built those centers and provided the workforce. So we have to do something about the subsidy. And it is an incredibly complex system. So we are supportive of the early childhood governance consolidation that will make it so we can clearly focus and get the benefit of this investment. And now's the part where we sort of reverse the movie and go say, if we make all these investments, these are all the benefits that we get. So childcare is the economic infrastructure that unlocks workforce participation. This is what is majorly keeping young women and young parents out of the workforce. And if we can just even double the number of childcare seats we have, we will see the advent of a lot of new qualified, energetic young parents who really want to be part of our economy. We'll see the benefits for employees with increased pay, increased ability to get education and training. Businesses will benefit from that reliability and productivity and upskilling, and in turn, our economy will benefit as well. Through more people working and making more money and paying into the systems that we all appreciate. So there's a lot of numbers in my presentation. There's a lot of numbers that you've heard today. I hope what you will come away from today's presentation from us is that childcare is not just a family responsibility. It's something that our businesses and our state need to invest in, because we will receive tremendous benefits when we make these investments in our childcare. And we will wait till the end of the whole set of presentations to answer any questions you might have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cafretta, and team down there in the South, Dr. Nance and Ms. Marin. Now we'll go to the Gwynn Center. Come on forward. The Gwynn Center. We have Mr. Michael Stewart. We have the Executive Director and former Assembly Member Jill Tolles. Welcome back. Mr. Butterworth, who I believe will join us from Zoom. Yes, I see he just popped right on. And then from Las Vegas, we have the new Director of Education Policy, Nicole Thomas. So please, Assembly Member, Executive Director, whatever title we want to use is good to see you.
Well, thank you so much. So I am, for the record, Jill Tolles, Executive Director of the Kenny Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities. We are a data-driven, independent, nonpartisan policy research center for the state of Nevada. And I am pleased to introduce the whole team that our lovely chair just introduced for us. So I'm here with Michael Stewart, our research director. Looks very familiar to many of you as former LCB research director. Joined our team a little over 3 years ago, almost 3.5 years ago. And then, as you mentioned, Dr. Nicole Thomas, our director of education, and then Todd Butterworth, who will be presenting this portion of the presentation in conjunction with the Children's Advocacy Alliance, Children's Cabinet, and others. Thank you.
Mr. Butterworth, I
Wonderful.
think
Hello.
you're on.
Excellent. Just waiting for the slideshow to be up and ready to roll, and there we go. I see it. Good morning, Chair Taylor and members of the committee. For the record, Todd Butterworth, Senior Research Analyst with the Gwynn Center. It's great to have an opportunity to contribute a small piece to the Kids First Nevada presentation. We believe research can help to make better public policy, and although the Gwynn Center doesn't advocate for any particular policy proposal, I'm going to extract a couple of pieces from our comprehensive early childhood governance report that are relevant to this current conversation. Specifically, I want to show you how the federal government grew the early childhood system in a very siloed way, and how that has led to fragmentation in state early childhood efforts, and how this has all resulted in services that just don't get adequately used. First, a very quick history of the federal evolution of early childhood services. The idea for early childhood supports emerged in the early 20th century with
Looks like we have a bit of an issue. Okay, we just lost the feed with Mr. Butterworth.
Chair Taylor, Nicole Thomas for the record.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Thomas.
I'm able to continue the presentation from Las Vegas, if that's okay.
No, that'll be just fine. I believe the slides are still available there.
Yes.
Okay, please go right
And
ahead.
then confirming that you all could hear me okay? Okay, wonderful.
We can hear you fine. Thank you,
Um,
Dr. Thomas.
First, a very quick history of the federal evolution of early childhood services. The idea for early childhood supports emerged in the early 20th century. The Shepherd-Towner Act in 1921 marked one of the earliest federal efforts to support maternal and child health. The mid-20th century saw the establishment of initiatives such as Head Start in 1965 to address school readiness disparities among some disadvantaged children. Although it has been praised for its comprehensive approach that includes educational, health, and nutritional components, Head Start is operated separately from other federal programs aimed at child welfare and economic support. In 1972, nutrition services for young children also followed a separate parallel path with the establishment of the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, commonly known as WIC. The WIC program provides essential nutritional support to pregnant women and children under the age of 5, yet its services remains distinct from broader early childhood development initiatives. In 1996, Congress replaced the old Aid to Families with Dependent Children Entitlement Program with a new block grant program called Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, or TANF. Of course, TANF was positioned to be independent of childcare and early education, so there was no symbiotic relationship. Though not shown on the slide, the same can be said about childcare services. These very distinct early childhood silos developed because of diverse legislative origins, distinct funding streams, differing regulations and reporting requirements, and varying objectives in the eyes of the original advocates. As a result, there is no coordinator or cohesive federal strategy, and the system just isn't designed to holistically address the needs of young children. So how has this disjointed federal system manifested at the state level? As we kicked off our early childhood research study in 2023, we wanted to have a feel for the programmatic landscape. So we began with a comprehensive inventory of the statutes, regulations, funding flows, and agencies operating in early childhood. What we found was a bit overwhelming. Early childhood programs in Nevada are spread across 26 different chapters of the NRS. As the legislature works to bring coherence to early childhood public policy, everyone is going to have their work cut out. But the fragmentation doesn't end there. If there is an effort to organize the money and to get it working in a coordinated manner, Nevada's policymakers may potentially need to work across 40 different state budget accounts. And who is regulated and funded by all these statutes and budgets? We found at least 18 public and private agencies that are completely dedicated to serving in the early childhood space. But wait, there's more.
There are an additional 45 organizations providing regional or statewide early childhood services that also happen to serve other populations. And our list of 58 agencies does not include any local providers of childcare, early education, healthcare, and the like. Can you imagine trying to make an org chart of all of this, or worse yet, trying to explain it to a parent? Many of the components of early childhood in Nevada are really excellent and can be tremendously helpful to families with young kids. But this collection of components isn't a system in any way, shape, or form. A lot like the drawer that most of us probably have at home, which has a bunch of random stuff in it, early childhood services have been thrown at the community without much of a plan, and parents are left to sort through it all to find what they need. So we have seen that early childhood systems have been firmly siloed at the federal level and incredibly fragmented at the state level. What outcomes might one expect from such an operating environment? Although there is a growing understanding of the incredible value of effective early childhood services, it is very difficult for federal or state lawmakers to plan for system changes or improvements. Because of the heavy lifting involved, they have typically just added more components to the system instead of coordinating within the existing ones. For state-level program managers, even when there is a strong desire to coordinate services across various domains, the complexity of the system discourages action. For everyone involved, their efforts to determine the effectiveness of existing programs or new initiatives are frustrated by the lack of clarity regarding which children are receiving which services. For families, it is nearly impossible to understand what services are even available, let alone whether their child might be eligible. Which leads us to underutilization. In looking at the chart on this slide, note that the numbers do not represent percentages of all young children, but only the subpopulation of eligible children from each program. So the Nevada Ready Pre-K program is only reaching a quarter of eligible 4-year-olds. Head Start is reaching half of that percentage, and the Child Care and Development program is reaching less than half of Head Start's percentage. The maternal, infant, and early childhood home visiting programs provide in-home support to expectant mothers and families, promoting health, parenting, and child development. It is reaching fewer than 1% of eligible children. Perhaps most shocking, however, is that the well-known, long-established WIC program reaches less than half of the eligible population. WIC provides food, which has become so expensive, and many other supports for children from prenatal through age 5 and their mothers. Eligible families must be under 185% of the poverty level, so they certainly have a need for help, but they are not accessing it. The reason for this may be multifaceted, but this disjointed nature of early childhood supports can't be helping. As the Gwynn Center has shown in our comprehensive study and guidebook for early childhood governance, the system must be reorganized if it's going to work. But the good news is that it can be, and we have outlined a plan for doing exactly that. Chair Taylor, this concludes the Gwynn Center's contribution to this larger presentation. Thank you again for this opportunity, and we would welcome questions at the end.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, and thank you for being ready to step in and keep us moving forward. Thank you, Executive Director, and also Mr. Butterworth. We appreciate it, and we will see you in a little bit, right? Mr. Stewart, we missed Mr. Butterworth, but we'll see you shortly because we know you'll come back to us this afternoon. Stick around for questions.
Yep.
Oh, you're back. All right. Just in time to step aside.
Good job, Nicole.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So your timing is perfect, and we will hopefully we'll have you stick around for questions at the end. We'll come right back to where we began.
Yes.
And we'll go right back to you, Ms. Bilber Axelrod.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. And this whole presentation has really been really great working with this Kids First Nevada Coalition. So we tried to bring a bunch of different information, but the Children's Cabinet is going to kind of take it home, and then we'll open it up for questions. So I'm going to just talk really quickly about the federal and state child care funding and recent policy changes. Nevada child care system is overwhelmingly dependent on federal funding that has narrowed and leaves thousands of working families without support. Nevada primarily relies on the Child Care and Development Block Grant, known as the CDBG and CCDF. to fund our subsidies. CCDF is limited in scope, designed to prioritize only certain populations, and insufficient to meet real market demand, especially after the loss of the COVID-era stabilization fund. Effective October 1st, 2024, Nevada reduced childcare subsidies eligibility from 85% of that state median income, known as SMI, to 41% for new applicants. Renewal eligibility capped at 49% SMI with waitlist. 41% of SMI is currently the lowest eligibility threshold in the nation. As of late 2025, federal funding served fewer than 6,000 children statewide, many working families well above poverty but far below self-sufficiency lost access. Training and education were removed as valid purposes of care, which is so heartbreaking, and that really hurts in that upward mobility. Child care subsidy eligibility is now below the income level of many school paraprofessionals, early education, childhood educators, and essential workers. When families lose child care, children experience disruption that affects readiness and stability. Parents reduce hours or leave the workforce altogether, which we have heard, and providers lose enrollment, predictability, and revenue, which destabilizes their business and the entire state's capacity for childcare.
Thank you, Shannon. Marty Elquist for the record. And now let's talk about the impact on, my slides jumped forward, sorry about that. Let's talk about the impact on families, providers, and the education pipeline. The current funding and policy structure destabilizes the very system families and educators rely on. We know that child care costs routinely exceed housing costs and in-state college tuition. Families earning modest wages are forced to choose between unsafe and often inconsistent care. They have to choose between reducing their work hours, leaving employment entirely, and in some cases, and we have heard, leaving the state altogether. Families involved in training or education programs face additional barriers without subsidy eligibility. We've heard from families that they decline additional hours and/or a salary increase because they cannot afford to lose child care assistance. This isn't the direction we want families to take on their path to self-sufficiency. Currently, center-based infant care exceeds the price of in-state tuition and fees at UNR and UNLV by over 30%. The percentage is actually 31% for UNR and 35% for UNLV. We know that 42% of Nevada's children ages 0 to 12 live underneath 200% of poverty. We know that 28% of Nevada's children under the age of 6 live in single mother households. And we also know that single mothers in Clark County now spend up to 41% of their income on center-based infant care. This is up 6% from our last demographics report. But the median income for single moms has gone up by almost $14,000 in the same period. But the average cost of infant care has gone up from $12,744 to almost $17,000. That's a 36% increase over last year. In 2024, Nevada was the least affordable state for infant care in licensed family child care and the 17th least affordable in licensed centers. For reference, a single mom with an infant and preschooler making $35,000 a year, that's equivalent to approximately $16.80 an hour, would not qualify for child care subsidy and would have to spend about 82% of her income to cover the average cost for center-based infant care. How does she live? How does she afford the cost of her family and her children? And for child care providers, As Christine McNally discussed earlier this morning, childcare businesses operate on razor-thin margins. Key challenges include a dramatic rise in the cost of doing business, especially liability insurance. We have heard from so many providers that their insurance carriers are canceling their liability insurance, or in some cases, doubling the cost. Low reimbursements rate do not reflect the true cost of care. Pay-by-attendance policies penalize providers when children are absent, when the general market practice is to pay for care before care is provided. Staffing shortages driven by poverty-level wages of approximately $17 an hour and a lack of benefits. Only 12% of our child care providers have health care. Only 27% have paid vacation, and only 26% have paid sick leave. Who is going to stay in the field? The workforce is predominantly women and predominantly women of color, and among the lowest paid sectors in Nevada. This all has a broader impact on the entire system. When early childhood systems are unstable, kindergarten readiness declines, special education and remediation needs increase, and K-12 educators inherit the challenges that began years earlier. This is why early childhood policy is education policy.
Shannon Bilbray-Axelrod for the record. What you've heard today is not an isolated set of challenges. It's a connection system issue with real consequences for families, providers, employers, and in Nevada's education pipeline. Throughout today's presentation, you've heard about families who can't access childcare even when they're working, providers struggling to stay open even with high demand, employers experience workforce disruptions because childcare is unavailable or unstable, impacts of these barriers on our state economy, and the barriers created by our current system structure. These are not individual failures. They are a predictable result of heavy reliance on federal funding that was never designed to meet the full demand, an expiration of that temporary funding, federal funding relief, fragmented governance and financial structure at the state level. The good news is Nevada is not starting from scratch. There is alignment across advocates, providers, workforce leaders, policy analysts, and hopefully legislators. We have a clear, actionable examples from other states, and we are offering a set of pragmatic, phased policy solutions. So now I'm going to talk about the recommendations, why we are here. System stabilization and access. We are presenting a framework that provides a comprehensive, workforce-aligned solution, not piecemeal fixes. Establish a Nevada Child Care Fund. Create a state-funded supplement to the federal CCDF. Key elements of that fund will be restoring the eligibility to 85% of that state median income, limit family copays to no more than 7% of income, reinstate training and education as valid purposes of care, move to pay by enrollment, not attendance, and use an alternative cost model to align reimbursements with the true cost of care. The proposed outcomes of doing this will serve thousands more working families, stabilize provider finances, and support parent choice and workforce participation. If we invest in childcare workforce, we can establish the childcare workforce recruitment and retention program. This will give annual stipends for eligible early childhood educators and access a no-cost telehealth benefits, because as we mentioned, a lot of these providers are uninsured. Proposed outcomes will be reduce turnovers, protect public investment and training, stabilize classrooms and care environments, and finally, infrastructure and market support. Establish a child care facility fund which will offer capital support for new and expanded facilities. Start up an emergency assistant fund which will prevent closures and support providers facing health and safety emergencies. These
investments directly increase supply and reduce disruptions for families. With this system alignment and accountability, new investments can exceed, but they can't do it without government structure that aligns with responsibility, funding, and outcomes. Establish a Nevada Department of Early Childhood to centralize authority while maximizing mixed delivery through public and private partnerships to maximize accessibility and family choice. Simplify access for families to reduce administrative bureaucracies for families and providers, aligning policy, procedures, eligibility determinations, and program administration. This will improve coordination, transparency, legislative oversight, and increase efficiencies, effectiveness, and accountability. As you've heard from our partners, Nevada current early childhood system spans dozens of agencies, multiple statutes, and numerous budget accounts. This fragmentation increases administrative burden, obscures accountability, and reduces the effectiveness of every dollar invested. Many states across party leadership have already moved in this direction, establishing departments or offices to consolidate early childhood programs and services and make the process easier for families, parents, and the legislature. A single department supports data-driven policymaking, aligns child care, pre-K, and family supports, and is a proven bipartisan model used in many states. These materials and concepts that we presented to you today have also been shared with the governor's office.
Marty Elquist for the record. To close, without thoughtful funding, workforce support, and governance alignment, we will have children ready when they are upon school entry. We'll have families that remain employed. We'll have providers who can keep their doors open. And we can have educators who can teach rather than triage. The question before us is not whether to invest in early childhood, but how we will work together to structure those investments. Thank you, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much to the two of you as you led it, and everyone who participated in this really thorough, comprehensive presentation on early childhood education. We do have a few questions. We're going to get to those, and we're going to start with Assemblymember Mosca down in Las Vegas.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair, and I echo your gratitudes for this very comprehensive overview. I'm sure there will be many questions, just two very specific ones. For the pay by attendance, as someone who knows having to do attendance sheets every time, is that due to a federal grant requirement, or is that just a state choice that we make?
Thank you, Assemblymember Mosca. Marty Elquist for the record. There is currently proposed rulemaking at the federal level that changes states' requirement to pay by enrollment back to paying by attendance. And so currently that is a state choice. There are many states across our nation that model reimbursement and payment practices based on what is traditionally accepted in the market. And as I said previously, that is for a parent to pay for care upon enrollment, and for some providers pay for that day. The most common is a parent pays on Monday for the week, and we do have some providers that charge by an entire month, but again, payment prior to starting the month, and then some that pay on an annual basis. But that is currently a state choice.
Follow-up, please, Chair. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was very helpful, because I know that in different states it's different. So thank you. And that leads me to a follow-up of just like where do programs like Safe Key or Champions in your all's work? What does that fall under? What category?
Thank you for the question. Marty Elquist for the record. We refer to Safe Key programs as out-of-school time programs, and there's a delineation. There's out-of-school time, OSR, out-of-school time recreation, and then OST, out-of-school time, which are the boys and girls clubs. So there's the OSRs are the safe keys that have governmental, their governmental programs, either city or county, and then OSTs, who are the boys and girls clubs, after-school all-stars, those sorts of programs.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think that's just so important to just continue to highlight the complexity and why it's important for us to all be on the same page about it. And Chair, just make a quick comment. The only other thing that I hear a lot from the community that didn't hear today as a military spouse, that there's also an issue with certified military installations. You have to go through a federal process to become a child care facility. And in our state, we make those folks also do it through a state process, which other states don't do that. So thank you for this very comprehensive conversation today, and thank you all for all that you do.
Thank you, Assembly Member. We'll come back here to Assembly Member LaRue Hatch.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for all of this critical information today. I just wanted to follow up on this change on the income eligibility because I think it's deeply concerning. Was that a state decision to change from 85 to 41%, or was that a federal decision?
Marty Elquist for the record. We do have our DSS colleagues here today who can also provide some more information. The federal requirement still remains, states can allow eligibility up to 85% of state median income. But states, depending on the amount of funds invested at the state level, can reduce the threshold beneath the federal of 85% of state median income. Nevada is currently sitting at 41% of state median income for initial application, and then provides a sliding fee to remain on the program up to 49% of state median income before they lose care.
May I ask a follow-up, Chair? Yeah, so I would love to ask why we made that shift from 85 to 41 and when, because it seems to be having some dire consequences.
Thank you. Marty Elquist for the record. I will defer to my state partners for that question.
Maria Wortman-Meshberger for the record. So back in October of 2024, we had to make a very hard decision to reduce the income to just 41% for initial. And part of that was the decrease in the funding and us needing to stabilize the caseload for the current funding that we were getting. We went from, I believe it was around 500 million to just a little over 100 million. So we did make that decision, and once we fully stabilize our caseload, we'll be able to better determine if we're able to raise those limits or how we can serve additional families in the community.
Okay, so follow-up question. That is a significant decrease in funding. Was that us? Did we pass a budget that decreased your funding?
Yeah, Maria Wortman for the record. Absolutely not. It was federal funding completely. We got a very high amount during our COVID era funding, those funds, and then we went back to just slightly above what we were receiving prior to.
I'm going to follow up. Just want to jump in if I may. Thank you, Assembly Member. So I want to make sure I got that. So the increase to 500,000 was during COVID, yes. Right? And
yes.
there was a lot of COVID money around, right? Mm-hmm. And then so we were 100,000 before COVID.
We were close to around 100 million.
I mean, 100 million.
Yeah,
sorry.
Before the COVID era funding.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So then we went back down to, excuse me.
Just slightly above.
Okay, just so before COVID, were we at 41% with a sliding scale to 49?
We were not. I would have to look at the exact percentage we were at that time. But one thing when looking at the numbers, our cost from 2019 to currently, cost per child that we're paying out for those served has almost doubled for our rates as well.
Okay, thank you. I think I just wanted to make sure I had a clear understanding
yes.
of it. Appreciate that. Please, you have others?
Yes, thank you so
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
And this question may actually be something you can answer, so you can hang out and we'll see. This delay in the subsidy payments also sounds pretty catastrophic for people that are trying to run a business. Can you just explain what is going on with the delay and why is it so long for so many folks?
So Maria Wortman-Meshfer for the record. So we did, when we took in the payments and things for Urban League, when we took over, there were delays in the payments, but currently I looked at for our January and February payments that we have processed. Those are at, on average, we're issuing those in 24 days. So our percentages have increased. We do still have providers that, but we have to receive completed timesheets that have all information on them before we're able to make those payments. But we're always looking at ways to better be more efficient and reduce those timeframes as well, because we do know it is an issue for providers.
Yeah, and Chair, I'm just seeing some faces from our audience. Could I maybe ask a child care provider if they're seeing an improvement in the delays? Would that be acceptable to bring them up, or? Okay.
Certainly, go ahead. Is there someone who would like to come forward and just shine a little light on that? If you would please come forward, if you would. We appreciate that. Just state your name for the record, and just share your experience in terms of the time period, the delay.
Hi, my name is Deetra Stewart. That's all you need, right?
No, and your affiliation?
And my affiliation, Dees Play and Learn Christian Academy, and the Family Child Care Association of Nevada, president.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So I would say that I have received payments on time this January and February. Thank you very much. Okay, but overall, from numerous providers, they're not getting their payments on time. Some of that may be due to some errors. I'll give it that, right? But a lot of it has to do with the lack of communication. There is no communication between the providers and your program, right? So that brings on a lot of issues. So if you have a problem with someone turning in their timesheet, we need to hear a response right away. We cannot get a response the 30th day or 2 months later. We can't get a response then. So I'm just going to say that the lack of communication is one of the biggest areas that I have seen, and just that there's been a lot of things going on with the families, because the families as well can't get a hold of, the parents can't get a hold of the program. So we don't know what has happened. We were previously able to at least have case managers, and now it's silo. It's almost like we don't want to tell you what's going on. Even if there was a, phone, and then you guys return the call, that would even be acceptable. But there is no communication.
I appreciate that, Ms. Stewart. And then if you would, we know you stepped in under an interesting situation with the Urban League, let's just say, correct? And so thank you for that, because at least that allowed it to continue to go forward. But your comments on that would be great. And we know that things have to be worked out, but it's great to see that things are going to be worked out. So please go right ahead. And thank you, because I know you weren't on this part of the presentation, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Maria Wortman-Meshfer for the record. I recently came into this role
it's even better. You just got here. Fantastic.
And we know that there have been some issues with communication. I have worked to place some better, safe safeguards in place. I can say they can make a call into leave a message, and I do have a staff member for sure that does contact them or attempt to contact everyone back that does call us. They can also go through our email, and right now we are about at a week. I think we're working all the emails, correspondence received on April 17th.
Okay, so
we are getting better.
Okay,
I
I'm gonna-
recognize that that there have been challenges, and it's been very frustrating for our families.
And you're working on that.
Yes,
I mean,
I am.
there seems like other further conversation needs to happen between the providers, right, and the state who stepped in, and then the very new employee welcome.
Thank you.
For stepping into the fire, if you would, if there may be just continued conversation with the providers.
Of course.
I think everyone can understand when there was a horrible situation, you stepped in. Again, thank you for taking the job. They probably didn't tell you about this part, but thank you for taking the job. We need that, so thank you, and just continued efforts if that communication can happen, and then that would help us as legislators because we get the calls.
Yes.
Right,
yes.
when that happens, and then so just plan a path forward in whichever way that works best, so that your voices are being heard, certainly the concerns are being addressed, and certainly some grace and understanding as you put the pieces back together.
Yes, thank you,
Thank
and we
you.
will.
Thank you so much. Are there other questions from the committee? We appreciate your coming forward, Ms. Stewart. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, seeing no further questions, I don't see any in Las Vegas either. Thank you, and thank you again, and thank you for working on it. We know you're getting it together, so we appreciate it. And again, thank you to all of the mostly providers, the partners, the Children's Cabinet, and all the partners and all who've been involved in providing this really important piece of the beginning of the education process for our youngest learners. These are our youngest learners, and we certainly want to see them in that way. So thank you so much. Okay, just before lunch, we're going to go ahead and get the Gwynn Center has been so very patient as we reordered because I know there were some time constraints. So please come forward if you will. And they have done extensive research on this really important issue. And one of the things I love about the Gwynn Center is they always share what it is that they've learned. So we welcome you back to the table. Then please go right ahead. And you have more than 10 minutes this time. You've got 30, so please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair and members of this committee. Once again, for the record, I'm Jill Tolles, Executive Director of the Kenny Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities. I'm joined here today by Michael Stewart, our Research Director, and in Las Vegas by Dr. Nicole Thomas, our Director of Education, and then remote, Todd Butterworth, our Senior Education Policy Researcher. And just want to say how incredibly proud I am of the team that works on this. The research team behind the Gwynn Center's work involves our internal directors, senior policy researchers, and in addition, our partnerships with our UNR affiliation, as well as subject matter experts. We also engage with Boyd School of Law and UNLV experts as well. Truly a statewide approach, and all of our research goes through a vetted peer review process to engage stakeholders from multiple perspectives, to check for bias, and to ensure that the facts and the information that we present to you is reliable and trustworthy. And I will reiterate once again that we do not advocate or lobby for any specific legislation. We are here to share the findings, and where we find recommendations, the evidence and the data behind those. So with that, I'd like to pass the baton to Todd Butterworth. Thank you.
Thanks. Actually, Nicole is going to kick off this presentation for us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Todd. Nicole Thomas, for the record. Good morning. I'm checking. Yes, it is still morning. Chair Taylor and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Nicole Thomas, our Director of Education Policy for the Gwynn Center. With us remotely today is Todd Butterworth, our Senior Education Research Analyst. We are pleased to bring you two Gwynn Center studies that relate to early childhood. The first is our comprehensive study and policymaker roadmap for rethinking the governance of early childhood systems in Nevada. With the talk of perhaps creating a Department of Early Childhood Services, I think that you will find this information timely and insightful. The second report is a research brief that poses a handful of questions for both policymakers to consider when exploring the topic of universal pre-K education. This brief offers potential answers to those questions and the resources for deeper examination. We have a fair bit to cover, so I will pass it off to Todd to go ahead and get us started.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Todd Butterworth with the Gwynn Center. Hopefully the internet gremlins are taking a lunch break and we can get this presentation knocked out here. Given the current momentum for creating an early childhood department in Nevada, we're excited that the research and planning guideposts in our early childhood report might be helpful to you and the folks in the executive branch who might be taking on this challenge. Briefly, I want to describe the research methodology behind this 18-month project so you better understand how the research drove the report's conclusions. For this project, we started by reviewing a wide range of international and domestic research and compiled an extensive literature review that is included as an appendix to the report. Next, focusing on Nevada, we looked at statutory authorities, existing regulations, dozens of executive budget accounts, and early childhood governance structures, including key documents like fiscal maps and Nevada's early childhood strategic plan. From there, we mapped out Nevada's programs, their funding streams, and the roles and responsibilities of the 58 agencies that we found operating in the early childhood space. Our report includes another appendix with comprehensive information on each of those key entities, including their policy levers and their limitations. To get deeper insights, we conducted interviews with two sets of stakeholders. The first were agency leaders in Nevada, and the second, state representatives from our exemplar states. All of this informed the final report, which includes more than 30 specific recommendations, along with associated resources to improve the structure, governance, and coordinated funding of early childhood systems in Nevada. So what do we mean when we say ECS, early childhood systems? I want to ensure that we have a mutual understanding. First, to define the age range of early childhood, we use the more expansive period from the prenatal months to age 8, when many children are in 3rd grade. Second, what services and programs should be included when thinking about early childhood? For a long time, the focus was on early childhood care and education. In fact, ECCE, Early Childhood Care and Education, was a common acronym used for early childhood services. We prefer to use the acronym ECS, Early Childhood Systems, which implies a comprehensive set of systems that provide not only education and childcare, but physical and mental health care, child welfare, early intervention for children with developmental delays, economic support for struggling families with young children, nutrition services, and any other programs that serve kids up to age 8 and their families. It's important to note that the S in ECS is plural for systems. There's a wide variety of entities and programs in the early childhood space, and they are not currently functioning as a unified system, as you have heard several times today. As I shared with you in my earlier presentation, that Nicole so kindly delivered for me, the nation's ECS are extremely siloed at the federal level, which has led to fragmentation at the state level, ultimately resulting in problematic underutilization of the excellent help that these systems offer at the community level. To establish a second point of mutual understanding, quickly it'll be helpful to enumerate the essential elements of an ECS governance system. They include general governance, community engagement, finance, data management, and workforce supports. And then within each of these elements, there are essential activities such as two-way communication and progress monitoring and assessments of effectiveness and accountability measures. So let's dive in a little further. The objective of good governance is to create an organizational structure on a macro level that enables efficient, effective, collaborative work on a micro level. That is, with individual families in the community. Governance needs to hold players accountable, but it also needs to make their work easier and more effective. And the research shows that state-level ECS governance should provide foundational supports and values, things like standards alignment, a comprehensive data system, research support, workforce development, things like that. But then leave enough room for localities and providers to innovate and meet local needs. Education Commission of the States has identified 3 general structures for state governance. These include creating new entities, consolidating existing ones, or adopting a coordinated approach that requires interagency collaboration. The diversity of governance structures in the U.S., as shown on this slide, reflects the challenge of unifying all these disparate programs that operate mostly in isolation. In recent years, states have been moving toward created systems and away from the other 2 models. So, Madam Chair, this means your peers around the country are establishing new governance entities like a Department of Early Childhood Services. In the area of general governance, our report highlights the experiences of Colorado and Vermont to help Nevada explore its options. Colorado established a Department of Early Childhood in 2021 and then transferred programs to it from their departments of Human Services and Education. It was collaboratively created and is a positive example of how thoughtful governance can help transform a system. Vermont, suffering from allergies today. Vermont has a collaborative system, and it faces structural challenges, including varying definitions of quality, inconsistent provider oversight. We heard a little bit about that today, and differing professional expectations and support. Tensions between education and human services highlight the need for governance reforms in Vermont. Their system leaders have found that it's more effective to centralize governance whenever practical and to also clearly define the roles and powers of all parties. They also found ECS programs are more accountable and amenable to change when there's an independent body to provide oversight and accountability in strategic leadership. Let's now jump into some of the subcategories of ECS governance. So the objective of community engagement governance is to create a dynamic communication and collaboration channels among all key stakeholders. The aim is effective communication to align services to meet those evolving needs of individual kids and their families. It's essential not only to communicate directives from ECS leadership to stakeholders, but also to establish channels where community feedback and insights flow seamlessly upward to inform decision-making processes. Bidirectional communication ensures that ECS policies and services are responsive to the needs of the community. Our report highlights Oregon's community engagement experience. Our neighbor to the north has integrated ECS services at the community level through 16 early learning hubs operated across county and school district boundaries. These hubs are funded and managed by a State Department of Early Learning and Care, but they have a great deal of autonomy. In each community, they facilitate collaboration among health services, pre-K through 12 education, human services, local businesses, etc., as well as effective communication between families, providers, and oversight entities. Shifting to the governance of early childhood finance, the objective is to ensure sustainable, adequate, and equitable funding. This includes higher level considerations like diversifying funding and optimizing resource allocation and prioritizing investments where they're most effective. There should also be an emphasis on public transparency, encouraging stakeholder involvement in decision-making, and regularly assessing the impact of funding. In the area of finance, Vermont, again, offers an example for Nevada. They made significant investments to expand childcare, but they leveraged this investment not only to expand services, but to strengthen their financial governance. And though this model was implemented in childcare, it just as easily could apply to any ECS sector. The objective of data management governance is to establish and maintain a comprehensive, integrated, and secure data system that supports informed decision-making and continuous improvement. It was mentioned earlier today, Nevada's P20, the Workforce Research Data System, also known as Empower, holds promise to make ECS an incredible, ECS data, an incredibly valuable tool. But leveraging Empower's capabilities might require some investment and work. Utah has a system that Marty mentioned earlier called eKids. It integrates data to evaluate long-term outcomes for children, strives toward continuous quality improvement through data-driven decisions, and provides accessible, timely, and relevant data to stakeholders. Lastly, the objective of workforce governance is to develop and retain a highly qualified, diverse, and motivated labor force. This includes providing comprehensive professional development, competitive compensation, and supportive working conditions that foster job satisfaction and career growth. Nevada's early childhood workforce faces challenges despite the passion and dedication of these workers. Even the state's more developed and professionalized ECS sectors like healthcare and child welfare and mental health face staffing challenges because of labor supply and demand imbalances, as well as competition from outside of ECS. We looked at a creative workforce solution in Kentucky. Kentucky expanded eligibility for its child care subsidy program to include all staff working at least 20 hours per week in licensed programs. It provides free childcare for the children of these early childhood workers, regardless of household income. This resulted in 3,200 parents and 5,600 children benefiting in the first year alone. Again, although this solution was applied in early care and education, it could just as easily be offered in child welfare or mental health or home visiting. So, Madam Chair, with that 101 level of understanding about ECS governance, now I'd like to spend some time speaking in broad strokes about the recommendations resulting from our research. Our report presents the recommendations separately, both in categories and in 3 implementation phases to give them some coherence and to make them a little easier to digest. Honestly, Madam Chair, there's a lot there. The first phase of recommendations is called governance structure, planning, and implementation. The cornerstone of phase 1 is the creation of an entity in state government to plan and organize the future of Nevada's ECS. Now, we suggested an office within the governor's office to convene stakeholders and consider the state's many options and opportunities. We made this suggestion because it would be cheaper than creating an agency. But we also believe this office would benefit from being a neutral entity in the executive branch instead of within an existing department. That said, creating a new early childhood department would be supported by the research, and our report would give that department many of the tools it needs for success. Additional activities during this phase 1 include things like restructuring the membership and the authority of the Early Childhood Advisory Council, and considering governance changes for early intervention and early special education. We also outline many excellent governance tools available to Nevada's ECS planners. After a governance structure is in place, the second phase of recommendations relates to implementing governance practices. This collection of strategies suggests, first, beginning with an examination of local needs, and then identifying funding pathways and policy changes necessary to meet those needs. Implementing a cost-based versus a market-based model for funding early childhood services whenever it's possible and practical. This would respond to many of those concerns that were raised by others earlier today. Deploying a robust, integrated cross-sector data system. Developing a simple and reliable single point of entry to a broad array of ECS programs, and then supplementing it with a no wrong door approach to systems access. Nevada has already traveled down this road quite a long way and is making excellent progress. Assessing and aligning system standards and administrative rules between ECS and later life systems like K-12 education. Building an effective and vibrant ECS workforce, and getting families and community providers more and more engaged in all aspects of governance. The third phase of governance evolution relates to systems improvement and enhancement. So if phases 1 and 2 result in a quality ECS structure, pursuing continuous quality improvement and enhancing the systems will obviously still be necessary. The strategies we offer in this phase include beginning an ongoing strategic planning and quality improvement process, annually reviewing all funding available from federal ECS systems, and then reporting on what is and is not utilized in Nevada. Considering best practice recommendations from various national organizations, and expanding the scope of policy work beyond what is recommended in our report. So quickly to review, phase 1 will convene stakeholders, open lines of communication, and plan a statewide structure. Phase 2 will undertake the hard work of implementing the phase 1 vision, particularly related to funding, data, access, alignment, the workforce. And then phase 3 will bolster all this good work with a process of accountability and continuous improvement. So, Madam Chair, that's it for my presentation. I'm going to hand things off to Dr. Thomas to talk about universal pre-K, and then we can take your questions and comments.
Wonderful. Thank you, Todd. This is Nicole Thomas with the Gwynn Center for the record. I will use the remainder of our presentation time today to provide an overview of the Gwynn Center's white paper, which poses a handful of questions for policymakers to consider when exploring the topic of universal pre-K. Briefly, I'd like to remind everyone where Nevada stands with pre-K education in very broad strokes. The 2019 legislature enacted Senate Bill 84 to establish standards for state-funded pre-K programs. Then, in 2021, the legislature appropriated funds to ensure consistent per-pupil funding and high-quality services across programs statewide. A 2023 national survey found that Nevada's state-funded pre-K programs met 7 out of 10 national quality benchmarks. So the state is on solid footing programmatically. However, that same survey found Nevada ranked 40th in preschool access, serving about 7% of its 4-year-old population. Back in 2016, state funding for pre-K education was approximately $6 million. Thanks to your efforts in the 2025 session, next year the funding level will be nearly $72 million, 12 times what it was a decade ago. This is still a fraction of the funding needed for universal pre-K, but the progress has been significant. Currently, Nevada's pre-K program is available to families with an income up to 250% of the federal poverty level. However, the per-pupil allocation has remained static since 2021. Now, our research has found that policymakers have generally grappled with 5 big questions around the topic of universal pre-K. The first question is, How much can universal pre-K reduce achievement gaps? Research has demonstrated that universal pre-K reduces the kindergarten entry gap, specifically for her historically marginalized populations. A national effort to support UPK could reduce the kindergarten entry gap in math by 45% for African American children and 78% for Hispanic children. This effort would also effectively eliminate the reading gap for these populations. Researchers also found that UPK would reduce gaps for low-income children of any race, reducing gaps in math by 27% and gaps in reading by 41%. Targeting high-risk children alone may be insufficient. Providing universal access ensures greater equity by encouraging diverse classrooms that benefit all students, no matter their race or income. The second question addressed in our report asks, is universal pre-K necessary or is targeted pre-K sufficient? Research has demonstrated that targeted programs are less expensive because they serve fewer children. However, targeted programs can present administrative challenges, stigmatize participating children, and potentially miss children who would otherwise benefit from the programming. The research indicates that a universal approach yields better results because it is more likely to reach all children in need, which is especially beneficial for children from lower income families who often lack access to quality developmental supports before kindergarten. A 2024 survey by the University of Maryland found that the majority of Republicans and Democrats in swing states, including Nevada, favor free universal preschool. As the public broadly supports UPK, it is typically well-resourced, which translates to better teachers, curriculum, and auxiliary services. The caveat is that the program must have strong standards and provide additional support to children with greater needs. If a state cannot immediately afford UPK, it can transition over time by ramping up income eligibility or initially targeting communities with higher needs. The third question often posed by policymakers is, how do states fund pre-K? Different states have taken different approaches. Montana and Mississippi are the most recent states to provide funding for universal pre-K through their general fund appropriations. Georgia, Virginia, Washington, Nebraska, and North Carolina all use money from state lottery programs to fund pre-K. 9 states, including Colorado, Texas, and Maine, fund pre-K through their K-12 funding formula. Maine allocates funding for students in pre-K through second grade at a rate of 1.1 times the per pupil foundational base rate. This funding is determined by multiplying the count of students enrolled in a public preschool program by the per pupil base amount, plus an additional 10%. Maine's funding formula includes factors to account for additional needs or supports, like funding for English language learners in low-income districts. Based on the experiences of other states, the key elements for ensuring a successful pre-K effort appear to be identifying reliable or dedicated revenue and integrating pre-K financing into the state's K-12 formula. The fourth question posed and addressed by the Gwynn Center was, what options are available for setting pre-K eligibility if universal pre-K is not possible? Our research found that several states operate with different eligibility requirements, some of which include income-based eligibility, eligibility based on housing instability, lower parental education, child disability, or non-English speaking households. Additionally, states may choose eligibility for pre-K programs geographically by prioritizing students in high-risk areas. Our research further suggests that children with multiple risk factors gain more from early education. However, targeted pre-K funding can be an administrative challenge and may unintentionally miss children who would otherwise benefit. Thus, our report recommends that states that are unable to offer universal access be thoughtful in their targeting strategies and enrollment processes. There is evidence that a mixed income classroom are beneficial for students' developmental outcomes, and we suggest that this be considered when formulating an overall strategy. Finally, the last question posed was, are there any other considerations? In the context of pre-K education, it is vital to consider all of a child's needs to ensure that they are completely ready to begin kindergarten. As presented earlier in our ECS report, additional supports and services are essential for students entering early childhood systems. This includes physical and mental health care, child welfare, and nutrition. It is also important to provide additional support for children with developmental delays and to provide economic support for struggling families. When thinking about the need for holistic coordination of a child's needs, it is also essential to consider their transition between pre-K and school systems. A poorly managed transition can cause significant stress for children at the kindergarten entry, affecting their academic performance. However, a well-coordinated transition between aligned systems can change families early in their child's development and prepare young students to enjoy school and immediately experience academic and social growth. This can be achieved through an intentional alignment of standards and practices, collaboration and coordination between systems, as well as a formal process for transition planning with technical assistance and supports provided to parents and caretakers. Nevada can learn from the experiences of nations with high-performing education systems. Almost universally, these countries ensure their K-12 systems receive young children who are well prepared for the long process of primary and secondary education. Universal pre-K has proven effective in achieving this goal. Still, short of universal access, research shows that expanding access to high-quality pre-K is an effective way to prepare children for long-term success and close the developmental gaps between demographic groups. Whether a state funds UPK or chooses a targeted approach, research shows that better preparing young learners to thrive in kindergarten benefits individual students, the education system, and society. Nevada has made meaningful progress in expanding its early childhood education programs, but access remains a challenge for many children who would otherwise benefit. As Nevada's policymakers consider their next steps, it would be helpful to focus on ensuring a sustainable funding source, instituting enrollment strategies that most effectively reach children with the greatest risk of developmental deficits, and comprehensively considering Nevada's children's developmental needs, and planning for seamless transitions into the K-12 system. Years of early childhood research demonstrates that investing in early learning is not just about preparing children for school, but it's about preparing them for life. Chair Taylor, this concludes our presentation, and we thank you sincerely for your time and for the opportunity to present our work. We would welcome your questions or comments.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Taylor and Mr. Butterworth, as well as Mr. Stewart and Director Tolles. Very comprehensive. It's a great report, and so we really appreciate your taking the time to share it with us. Just adding to really some of the foundational background, nonpartisan approach that you always take from a research standpoint as we deliberate, make decisions as a legislature. I'm going to look to my colleagues. Are there any questions? It's been early childhood morning, that's for sure. So we've gotten a lot of information. I will encourage everyone to really check out the report. It's online. It's online. If you would, did you send us a link to that? If you wouldn't mind, maybe get that to the secretary if you haven't. I have it, but for those that may not have it.
Yes, Jill Tolles for the record and for the benefit of this committee as well as everyone watching and the public at large. We make all of our research accessible and available on our website for free, gwincenter.org, GUINCENTER.org.
So there we have it. We don't need a link sent. We can all get there. If not, we have bigger problems. It's worse than I thought. Okay, but we appreciate it. Thank you. I don't see any questions from my colleagues. Thank you for letting it be reordered so those who needed to leave could do so. Thank you for sharing the research that you do, the work. We really appreciate it. It's good stuff. Okay. All right, we do have 2 more presentations. We're going to take a quick lunch break. We understand that it is Friday afternoon, and then we know some of are waiting. We're going to make it a 15-minute break, so we'll have a working lunch, so we can come back here. And so please excuse us in advance as we eat and work at the same time, because we have NDE coming forward, as well as we have NDE with multi-tier systems of support, MTSS, one of my favorite things. And then also we'll have a presentation from the Nevada System of Higher Education, their annual report regarding power-based violence in higher ed. So those 2 are coming. So let's take 15 minutes. It is 12:06, so let's come back at, let's say 12:21, because I know you'll be late. Well, on lunch break, and then we'll come back and get started.
All right, so 12:15, we'll be back.
let's go ahead and, oh, it is. That's why it's so far away. I was like, I don't remember it being over here.
I was like, you can have it.
All right, everybody, we are back. We are back. Thank you for going with a working lunch so we can continue on with our agenda. And thank you. Excuse me. Thank you to NDE, the Nevada Department of Education, for waiting until after lunch. But we're going to jump into this presentation on MTSS, Multi-Tiered Systems of Support. And Ms. McGill, we'll turn it over to you to introduce the staff and team. I'm not sure if there's some in Vegas and some here. So we will turn, unless the superintendent's going to lead it off. Dr. Wakefield, whenever you're ready. Thank you so much.
Superintendent Wakefield's here.
Yes, thank you so much. This is Superintendent Victor Wakefield, for the record, speaking to you during and after your lunch, so I know what that means from the day. I'm really pleased to be here with Deputy Superintendent Christy McGill, Dr. Ashley Greenwald from UNR, and other partners that will be introduced throughout the presentation. And so just some quick framing before I let those that have been doing the heavy lifting really take the presentation and share the good work. We come before this committee today with a vision. We want to move Nevada schools from a reactive, wait-to-fail educational model to a proactive and comprehensive approach to student supports using a multi-tiered system of supports framework. For the past decade, Nevada MTSS at the University of Nevada, Reno has partnered closely with the Nevada Department of Education to pilot this important work in a subset of high-need schools. After a decade of promising academic and behavioral outcomes, the Nevada Legislature made a fiscal investment in the program. Thank you. This allowed us to sustain and expand MTSS training, coaching, and evaluation. In many ways, MTSS is the engine driving NDE's aligned systems priority. The MTSS infrastructure provides the screening data and evidence-based interventions that help ensure students start strong, build those strong foundations that deeper learning depends on. It also helps keep students on track so they can follow their selected pathways. And it directly supports equipped educators by refining school teaming structures. It's going on and off. Refining school teaming structures and reducing the individual classroom teacher stress that leads to turnover. Today, we're here to highlight some of the strengths of the program and show evidence that this investment in the systemic infrastructure and whole child approach is paying dividends in almost every district in our state. With that, I'll pass it to Deputy McGill and Dr. Ashley Greenwald to lead the presentation.
Good afternoon. Oops, sorry about that. Good afternoon, Christy McGill, Deputy Superintendent, the Nevada Department of Education. Here alongside of us, we also have Tammy Roseberry from Lyon County School District, who is implementing MTSS, and then also Dina Peterson from the Clark County School District as well, to help answer your questions if you have any around the direct implementation of MTSS. This slide here, I know I am speaking among friends and you guys have heard us talk about MTSS a lot, but just a quick little overview. So as you can see, the roots are all the amazing people within our education field, and the trunk really is that MTSS framework that takes all the talents and the assets in our school system and weaves them together. And what that looks like really is that tiered systems of support. So as soon as a student starts to struggle, there is support for them, and that happens early. It also represents Tier 1 great curriculum and Tier 1 instruction, and then progress monitoring of all those things, and then also screening and early intervention. And of course, that leads out to all those practices that really allow our students to reach toward the sun. If you move on, I'm going to just tell you really quickly about NDE's theory of MTSS, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Greenwald. So really, our theory is a quality improvement model. Nothing too exciting, but it's just good quality improvement to really help us reduce the silos. And how do we look at behavior and academics side by side, because we all know that schools can't outrun biology. If a child is not fed, if a child is not feeling safe or having behavior issues, it's really difficult to learn. So how do schools both look at one system, MTSS, with all these multiple practices? Also, looking at the strategy of investing in the system, just a little bit, investment in the system to help with the practices. And what this does, it makes the large investment in our practices more efficient and also ensures that those practices have a good return on investment. Without a system, we're throwing money in on our practices, and we wouldn't have a way to really see if those practices are actually making good student outcomes or basically a good return on investment. So that's the piece of the theory of action, that if you invest in the system, you will actually have a greater effect on all of the practices that go into our schools as well. Same thing with NDE. So if NDE looks at our system and invests in that MTSS system, making sure that we have ways to evaluate our initiatives, to make sure they're evidence-based, to make sure we're progress monitoring, and that the money flowing through us is actually having a good return on investment. And with that, I'm going to turn it over. You guys know NDE has been partnering with UNR for about almost a decade now. I'll let them go ahead and talk about their work.
Thank you. Dr. Ashley Greenwald, for the record. I am a research associate professor at the University of Nevada, Reno in the College of Education and Human Development. Thank you, Senator Taylor and committee members, for having me here this afternoon. I'm glad you all are enjoying lunch because everything is better with food, right? So I feel like I got the lucky spot on the agenda today. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what MTSS is. And I know that a lot of you have probably heard me present before and I've shared MTSS, but I'm going to kind of walk you through what this system actually looks like at the state level, at the district level, and at the school level. And I'm going to embed in there some of the outcomes that we've been experiencing and seeing since the most recent legislative investment in this work. And then I have also called some district partners to the table to share, really local level implementation outcomes and experiences with you as well. So just as a quick reminder, when we talk about MTSS, MTSS is not a program or a practice, it is a framework. So that's a really important distinction to make. And when we talk about a framework, we have sort of multiple components of that framework that are worth noting. MTSS is absolutely rooted in data, data-driven decision-making, and those data support the team in being able to make appropriate decisions for the students. The practices are also a component of MTSS, and we talk about practices. So those are the academic, the behavioral, the mental health practices that actually support students. And then we talk about the system, and the system is what supports the staff. So you hear a lot of people talking about, oh, a system, we need a system, we need a system. When we talk about a system, it is the processes, the protocols that support the staff inside of a school building, inside of a district, and inside of a state agency. So that's really what we're focusing quite a bit of effort on. Next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, Christy, would you just click through this? I didn't mean to animate this. You can just click right through it. Thank you. That's fabulous. So on this slide, you can see these are the 7 core features of MTSS. So when we're talking about creating systems at each level, school, district, and state, we are looking at creating teaming with shared decision-making. That is first and foremost very important. Now, you might sit here and say, Dr. Greenwald, don't all the schools already have teams in place? Don't the district? Of course they do. Yes, absolutely. And one of the things that we're doing is leveraging the existing teams to make them more efficient and more effective and really use data. Okay, so those are some of the really big areas of improvement that we're seeing inside of the teaming structures, and making sure that there's equal representation from different diverse student bodies, as well as family and community members embedded inside of those teams. The problem-solving decision-making framework is really important. That allows us to engage in quality improvement in an ongoing fashion. We have systemic implementation and progress monitoring. So beyond just making sure that the outcomes each year are working. We want to make sure, are the practices working, and are they working for each student? So we are supporting schools and teams to understand how to collect data on student progress and how to use that data on student progress across behavior and academic interventions. We are leveraging a beautiful pyramid, and we call this pyramid the multi-tiered system of support, right? So you've got this lovely hierarchy of interventions that if a student is not successful at one level of intervention, they have the opportunity to advance to higher levels of support. MTSS uses screening, both in academic and behavior space. The screening helps to identify students early. And again, you're gonna say, well, doesn't that already exist? In some places, yes. In all schools in Nevada, no. Academic screening is more common than behavior screening has been historically over the years, but we are now embedding more academic screening for youth across the state, as well as universal mental health screening in our schools, which has also been very key to prevention. We talk about evidence-based interventions. Again, you're going to say, well, of course schools have evidence-based interventions. Let me tell you, you might be surprised to know that not all schools have evidence-based interventions across academic and behavior supports. Some of them are very dated, antiquated. Sometimes you pick up an intervention because you went to a conference and you heard a vendor present, and now all of a sudden that's the intervention. But is it evidence-based? And is it culturally relevant and culturally contextual? And do we have the capacity to implement it, right? So those are really important decisions that we focus on with schools and districts when we're talking about improving evidence-based practices and the adoption of those practices. We also talk about high-quality instruction, right? And schools are notoriously very good at this. We are working to make sure that all of the schools have equal capacity for high-quality instruction. So just a quick reminder for those of you that are familiar with MTSS, when we talk about Tier 1, we also say grow the green, right? We really want to focus on that Tier 1 prevention level, both in academics and behavior and social emotional supports. That tiered level should support 80% of the student body. Something that we get asked all the time is, well, does MTSS work at an elementary school and also at a high school? Of course, right? It also works in an alternative education setting. It also works in some of our correctional facilities inside of the state. We have evidence that this program works because what your student body looks like is going to determine what your interventions look like. So if you've got a very high needs population, you will have more high needs practices at the Tier 1 level. That will be a universal support, whereas that support may be a Tier 2 intervention at a lower needs population school. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so now let's talk about what the schools and districts actually do. So inside of MTSS, when we're thinking about a classroom, we're really focused on educational practices, right? And I started the presentation by sharing that the practices support the students. So of course, inside of the classroom, the teachers are responsible for the implementation of the practice. As we get to the school level, the school is responsible for selecting practices, overseeing practices, monitoring effectiveness of practices, but they are also responsible for the infrastructure that supports the staff. As we get to the district, we spend more time supporting staff, systems, and infrastructure than we do identifying practices. And then the state is primarily responsible to support those systems and infrastructure, data components, data evaluation, all of that. So in my role at our Technical Assistance Center, we do all of this. We support and guide the schools, we support and guide the districts, and we support and guide the states. So what MTSS implementation looks like at the SEA, the State Educational Agency, is very different from what MTSS supports looks like for a school building across Nevada. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is the state doing? We're going to start with the state, and then we'll walk our way down to the school. Now, this is very great news because this has all happened, I want to share, within the last 8 months. Since we received legislative funding in the last session, we have really increased our ability to support the SEA development of MTSS. That is something that did not happen prior to that funding, so I want to be really clear on that. So in the last 8 months, having received the funding from the state, We have now a fully funded state technical assistance center for MTSS inside of our own state, which is really wonderful. We also have a state leadership team for MTSS at the Department of Education, and that leadership team is responsible for guiding the MTSS efforts, working through a multi-year action plan. So we've done assessments at the state, we've created an action plan. We have also developed a comprehensive evaluation plan to monitor the progress and measure the impact across many different student outcomes in our state, including special populations. We have created strategic communication plans so that we have better communication loops and feedback going across stakeholders. We are actively pursuing alignment across multiple offices and programs within the Department of Education. So remember, I shared that SEA is going to be have more responsibility to that infrastructure. That's some of that infrastructure is working on alignment so that all of the different offices, programs at the Department of Education are aligned, so that way the schools have less burden to engage in those alignment efforts. That alignment should really happen from the state level. And then we have also outlined a comprehensive data dashboard for schools and districts to engage in data decision-making, something that does not currently exist in our state. So we're working towards that. It will take some time to fully develop. Next slide, please. So from a state perspective, where is this work happening? You can see these are the fully darkened areas. Those are the districts that are currently participating with us. The shaded regions are the ones that are working towards starting. We're lifting them right now. And so you can see currently we have 12 local educational agencies that are fully participating with us. We have 2 local educational agencies that are starting. We have the State Public Charter Authority that participates with us. We currently have 231 implementing schools, which is about 33% of the schools across the state. And this work is impacting over 200,000 students currently. Next slide, please. Keeping our focus at the level of the district, so what exactly does the district do to help enhance their systems? When we work with districts, we engage in a lot of analysis of their programs, their practices, and one of the things that we do is we take a look at the initiatives that they implement inside of their district and how it aligns to their strategic plan. Are they evidence-based initiatives? Are they actually having the impact that they intended to have, right? So that is what we do. We do that every single year with our districts. We also take a look at their data, right? So we're looking at student progress data, we're looking at climate data, we're looking at school programming data, systemic data. So we're really taking a deep look into the data to help us determine how to be more effective and efficient inside of those educational systems and what policies, practices need to be maybe revised or put in place. We take a look at their fidelity and capacity. So something that we hear a lot about is training, right? Train, train, train. And then you might also hear train and coach, okay? So we absolutely need to do more than train. We need to train and coach, but we also need to monitor fidelity. And fidelity is, did we do what we said we would do? Are we doing it the right way? Because if we train and we only get 5% implementation, we can't expect the outcomes that we want, right? So we have to make sure that we're implementing with fidelity so that we can get to the outcomes that we want. So we're monitoring and assessing fidelity. We're also taking a look at capacity. Does the district have the resources to do this? Do we have the workforce capacity, right? All of those things we're calling into question. We are action planning for improvement, and so we take a look to see, do we have goals in place? Do we have team collaboration? Are we making sure that we have the right resources allocated? So those are some of the conversations that happen at the districts. Our district teams meet with us typically monthly, sometimes bi-monthly. Next slide, please. Now, this is very teeny tiny, and I thank Amelia at the Department of Education for making this slide. But this is more for your information. I don't need you to read this, but when we think about what is a model district, right? What would be sort of the best outcome for a district from an MTSS perspective? What we're hoping to see is that we move beyond sort of pockets of success, and we move into a unified, sustainable system that will support the staff and the students. And so some of sort of those key components of that model district from an MTSS perspective would be unified leadership, that the leadership all has a common vision, common voice, that we have representation on the teams, that we have executive decision-making available to us, and that we have holistic student support, a whole child approach. We also want to make sure that we've got integrated curriculum, policies, and frameworks. So we want to make sure that all of the initiatives inside of the district are aligned. That's what Deputy McGill was presenting on earlier, which is taking a look to see, do we have a way to organize all of these practices so that the burden does not feel so heavy on the individual classroom teacher? And do we have instructional discipline, meaning in an educational setting, we want to teach. We want to teach academics. We also want to teach behavior. Is discipline instructional? From a workforce capacity perspective, we want to make sure that we have really talented educators, and Nevada does have very talented educators, and they need to be well supported because they are one of our state's most precious resources. Data-driven decision-making is something that a model district absolutely has, both the capacity to use data, the ability to collect the data that we need, and the teaming infrastructure in place to take a look at that data regularly and make decisions based on data, not on assumption, not on bias, not on hypothesis. We also want to make sure that we have community and partner engagement. Okay, so let's flip. Like I said, that's a very lengthy slide. I'll let you read that on your own, but I want to share with you from the perspective of implementation. Are we making progress towards that model district? Okay, so from this data, you can see here, these two data sets are from our latest annual report. So this is data from the 2024-2025 school year. And you can see here that on the left side of the screen, we have sort of perception from district leaders. There were 47 district leaders that took this survey. The data are aggregated based on theme. And then on the right side, we have the data from the District Systems Fidelity Inventory. So that's a nationally validated tool that the school districts in our state are now using to see how their performance has been over time. So what you can see here, when we think back to that previous slide, when we talk about unified leadership, what we're really seeing is that we see a lot of progress in the teaming structures as influenced by that district systems fidelity inventory, right? So if you take a look at leadership teaming, we've made a 20% gain in teaming structures inside of our districts. That's a win. When we think about integrated curriculum, frameworks, policies, that is evidenced by the impact on the evidence-based practice use that the districts are reporting, the capacity and readiness to implement MTSS, the use of different strategies, and also we have alignment inside of policy work and other systems components inside of that DSFI measure. The workforce capacity is measured specifically by the DSFI tool, and we've made quite a bit of growth inside of our workforce capacity across our districts. Data-driven decision-making, this is probably the area where we have had the most impact. So if you see at the very top of that diagram on the left, the use of valid tools to measure impact, and the quality of data systems and the use for data decision-making. That is a huge area of growth, and it also is reflected inside of the evaluation space on the DSFI, where our districts have improved 30% in their ability to use data. That's a very big win for Nevada. Family and community partnerships is evidenced by the gain in stakeholder engagement. So I just wanted you to have the opportunity to see, if we're working towards this idea of model districts in our state, how this growth is directly linked to the outcomes of MTSS. Next slide, please. Since the funding has been received from the state, we have had lots of coaching, lots of training, lots of evaluation. So here you can just see a few highlights. We've had 131 coaching meetings with our schools and districts, 79 trainings in systems and best practices, and 246 school-level tiered fidelity inventories. So a lot of really good work happening in just the last 8 months alone. Next slide, please. taking a look at what MTSS looks like at a school. So we've taken a look at the state is working on infrastructure. We've taken a look at the districts are working on infrastructure and practices and data use. The schools, let's talk about what are the schools doing. So if you take a look at the schools, when we look at Tier 1, the Tier 1 is at foundational level. That is something that we focus on getting those practices right for the local community. So there's a lot of local control inside of this initiative, right? It is a framework, it's not an intervention. So the schools and districts actually select their own practices for MTSS at the local level to make sure it's a good fit for their community and their student population and their student needs. Once we have those Tier 1 foundational practices in place with fidelity monitoring, we then use our universal screeners. We use data, different sources of data, so attendance data, we're using academic data, we're using school climate data, and we're also working on referral sources, so having teacher referrals available, parent referrals available, to aggregate and triangulate multiple sources of data to identify students who would need additional supports. Now, the important part of this Tier 1 space is that we are engaged in prevention. When we're selecting those practices and identifying students for additional supports, we're still in prevention mode. We are identifying them early so that they can advance to Tier 2 before they are in crisis, right? We want to prevent the crisis. So when we go ahead and advance, or a school advances a student for a Tier 2 intervention, they're identified for that level of support, and then we go through a very similar process. So there's social validity, fidelity monitoring, and progress monitoring of those Tier 2 interventions. Those interventions are then put into place, progress monitoring happens, and then if a student needs additional support after not having success at Tier 2, they can advance to Tier 3, and it's a very similar process. So social validity, fidelity, progress monitoring, and occasionally there are some community partners that are brought to the table to support some of those advanced tier interventions. Next slide, please. And here's just a celebration slide of our schools that are doing this work really well. So this is actually a peer review process that schools apply for. It's an application process. They go through a peer review of their application, and they have the opportunity to be recognized for their MTSS implementation. So you can see over the years, we have more and more schools being recognized for this work. These are our state's model demonstration places. So these schools in our state, and they're all around our state, in rural counties and urban counties and communities, these schools are doing a really excellent job of building systems to support best student outcomes. Next slide, please. And then, of course, the thing that everyone wants to hear about is, well, how's it actually helping the kids? And so you can see here, these are the academic outcomes. So across all of the academic outcomes, both average daily attendance, chronic absenteeism, math proficiency, and ELA proficiency, we see that our higher implementing sites are outperforming our lower implementing sites. And then from a statistically significant perspective, we see the most statistical significance inside of chronic absenteeism. And you can imagine that if we have students coming to school more regularly, they will have more academic achievement. So that is a very big win inside of the state, and you can see that the little hatch marks or cross marks are approaching statistical significance in average daily attendance and in ELA proficiency. Next slide, please. Inside of the behavior outcomes, in a very similar fashion, we see that across all behavior domains that are reported inside of the Nevada report card, we have good outcomes for our higher implementing sites compared to our lower implementing sites. So more favorable outcomes across a whole variety of behaviors, including violence, weapons on campus, alcohol use on campus, controlled substances on campus, bullying, cyberbullying, and racial discrimination. And you can see the asterisks again on the right-hand column indicate statistical significance. So just for a moment, if you could imagine the administrative load that is reduced based on the number of reductions in referrals. So these numbers are based on 1,000 students. If we assume that a school has 4,000 students, a big high school in Clark County as an example has 4,000 students, and we just take a look at maybe the bullying incidents alone, right? Almost 100 fewer bullying incidents is what we're seeing on average, this is an average, at that school. What do you think the administrator of that school, the educators of that school, the school counselors, the psychologists, the student could do with that extra time, right? So when we think about return on investment, this is the return on investment. It's the reduction in the time that is spent dealing with discipline issues. It is the increase in satisfaction that the teachers are likely going to have as a result of reducing the burden of student discipline inside of their classrooms, right? When we take a look at some of the surveys that the Nevada Department of Education has done on teacher satisfaction, teacher well-being, and teacher retention, the number 2 reason teachers are leaving the classroom is because of discipline incidents. And so we have seen a very big reduction inside of our schools that are implementing MTSS. So again, a very big win. And if we can keep the students inside of the classrooms, we do anticipate over time that we will see even further academic gains for these sites. With that, I would love to turn the presentation over to my colleague Deanna Peterson in the Clark County School District.
Good afternoon, committee members. For the record, I am Deanna Peterson, a proud coordinator in the MTSS department of the Clark County School District. I'm excited to be with you all today. I'd love to share with you the connection we've established in CCSD among MTSS and the school continuous improvement process. Through this work, we wanted schools to recognize how using the Tiered Fidelity Inventory, or TFI, a valid, reliable, and efficient measure of the extent to which schools are implementing the core features of MTSS, could guide school improvement, document school goals and action planning, monitor progress towards those identified school goals, and utilize collected data to guide next steps. When engaging in the continuous improvement process, it's critical for our schools to determine their goals and action steps based on the data from the TFI. The resulting scores, subscales, and item reports from the TFI can guide the school leadership team's action planning. We now have explicit guidance that outlines this process for our schools. We are also proud to share our excitement for being recognized by Nevada's MTSS project for MTSS framework implementation throughout our schools by earning the You Nailed It award this year. This highlights the hard work of our CCSD staff in implementing the MTSS framework to improve student outcomes. 41 CCSD schools were awarded school-level MTSS implementation awards by the state. Our MTSS implementation manual is another example of our significant efforts in supporting school-level MTSS implementation. There is an extensive resources section, which we call the MTSS Toolkit, and many appendices for supporting resources and tools. The Nevada MTSS Technical Assistance Center have been critical partners with us in all of this work. Thank you for the opportunity to represent CCSD and share with you today.
Thank you, committee members. For the record, Tammy Roseberry. I am the MTSS coordinator at Lyon County School District. Lyon County School District is much smaller than Clark, but we share some of the same passion when it comes to MTSS. We are a rural district with 18 schools and 5 distinct attendance areas. So the areas that our schools are in are highly unique. So as you move from one attendance area to the next attendance area, from one school to the next, the populations differ considerably. So we need to make sure that we honor that we're responsive to the different cultures of those different schools. And so the MTSS framework helps us to do that. What we did as a district is we really made sure to shore up our framework. Really looking at our Tier 1 practices, looking at data that comes from our Tier 1 practices. If we get a new curriculum in, that comes in through our framework, and we think about it, how are we going to support our teachers, what's coming in, what's necessary. We look at that as what is the outcome of the curriculum. When we're looking at it, we would like to see 80% response rate in our curriculum. Then once we established all of that, we really looked at our data. We were able to look at our advanced tiers, and our goal and the goal for a successful intervention is that 70% of the students respond positively to that intervention. We were able to have 78.4% of our students in our district respond positively to interventions. We were able to establish screening, universal screening across all of our schools. So we screen academically and for behavior and social emotional assessment. Then we look at those. We have data decision rules that tell us when a student needs extra support, put those students into an intervention. We have data decision rules that tell us when students exit or when they move up to the next tier. So that has been helpful. We've been able to implement mental health supports into our framework. And so now we have established an EHR electronic health records platform so that we can track better the interventions and the students within those interventions. And we are looking towards billing Medicaid, which we are just starting to do like right now. It's hot off the press. And so we have also built community partnerships. We have a very strong partnership with Healthy Communities Coalition, who help to provide some of our safe school professionals in our schools. Beyond that, we've been able to grow that community partnership from a list of 1 community partner to 10 community partners through our efforts working with the Trauma Informed Services in Schools grant. And so we are excited to partner with UNR in their Technical Assistance Center, who have supported us quite a bit. And we are proud of our MTSS implementation at Lyon.
I appreciate that. I know you have a couple more slides where you're over time, so I do want you to touch, but just touch briefly, if you would, on the challenges and the recommendations, okay? Thank you.
Yes, Christy McGill for the record. And as you can see, we are very lucky, blessed to work with all of these partners within the system. Just very quickly, the challenges that we're still looking at is the initiative overload. So really, we're looking at what can we decommission. That's kind of the theme for this year, really working with the districts. What can we take off the plate? Could really use all of your help as well in the next session when things are coming up to really think about that initiative overload and how we actually look at that actively together. So really would love your help there. The data paradox. We ask for a lot of data and we're not really good at visualizing it. So again, making sure that if we're asking for data, we are making it useful both at the school, district, and then for you all as well, and that we do a better job visualizing that so we can make database decisions that will close that database decision gap. The recommendations is, again, right along with some of the pieces we're seeing, reducing that overload, making sure we're doing a better job at data utilization, making sure that we continue to support and leverage the MTSS framework and secure that multi-year funding to maintain the dedicated state funding that's needed to ensure that the districts have supports in setting up these systems. And then also to work with our DHHS and Nevada Authority to continue to build out the Nevada Medicaid framework, which is built on MTSS. All right, thank you so much.
No, we appreciate that, Ms. McGill and team, and thank you for coming from Lyon, and excited that you're going down this path. It would be great for your students. Looking to committee members, certainly as you mentioned earlier, we all talk a lot and hear a lot about MTSS, but it's really good to get down into it and then to see some of the results. Even on the new end from Lyon. That's exciting. Committee members, I haven't received any questions. Anyone have any questions?
I have a quick question, Chair.
Okay, please, Vice Chair, please go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the extensive presentation on MTSS. I know we've talked a lot about MTSS over the last couple sessions, but I don't think we've ever had a presentation specifically on this issue. But I know we've talked about it a lot, and I know it comes up in our funding committees very frequently. My question is, I know you provided quite a bit of recommendations, but I think that some of them are also within the department's realm of ability that they could regulate, probably with approval from the state board, and maybe some of them without. So what legislative action would be most helpful to support MTSS programming?
This is Superintendent Wakefield, and I'll ask Deputy McGill to share.
Thank you. Christy McGill, Deputy Superintendent. So the two things I think that we could really use the help with is the continued funding for the system. I know we used one-time funds, and so that continuation, and then also the help with having to reduce some of the initiatives coming and the policies and the alignment, and to ensure, so with that infusion of money, the department, as you heard Dr. Greenwald say, was able to implement MTSS ourselves. So we're able to take a look at our data and try to streamline it, those kinds of things. So that continued support. First, thank you. And we hope to show good progress. But again, outcomes usually don't happen until 1 to 3 years. And so we're really hoping to maintain the progress and the momentum that we have to really help NDA do that. And then the other piece is to really help us with the initiative and the training overloads because we are looking at the alignment piece, like our superintendent said, and you're looking at the amount of minutes that are trainings that are required, how many plans, we're seeing that actually we have 5 different kinds of plans that direct the districts to do stuff. So we're looking at consolidating. We're gonna start to bring those recommendations to you all to help with that consolidation. And so we're trying to lift some of that calcified policies over the years that the districts are kind of really kind of groaning with. There's just too much on their plates. And so we would love that kind of help. We're going to work with multiple workshops and committees to help us do that and bring some of those reports to you all and to help us make those recommendations.
Thank you. I think it's really interesting that you bring that up because I know I've worked on creating a couple of those plans, and you have to be very careful to make sure that restorative justice plan aligns to the MTSS plan, and there's a lot of room for confusion too about which plan is when, and they sometimes ask for different things in statute. So I think it would be really helpful to have that clarification for school leaders. So is that is the department expected to bring that policy forward, or would that be something that the department is hoping that the interim education committee could bring forward? I know we have an allotment of 10 BDRs during the interim.
Yeah, this is Superintendent Wakefield. We are anticipating a report that catalogs all of the redundant plans that could be streamlined within the next few weeks. And I'd like to share that with the interim committee for discussion on what the right pathway is for that. I have been granted some authority to actually waive certain reporting requirements. That was a piece of SB 460. That's just temporary. That is just until the next session when legislators can look at what I'd been petitioned to and then chosen to waive. So I'd love to have an ongoing conversation about this topic with this committee if you'd have it.
Thank you. And with that actually brings another question, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, please go ahead, Vice Chair.
So with that report that you indicated will be coming out next month, is the expectation that that report will also then outline those plans, for example, you have your MTSS plan, your restorative justice plan, and several other plans that might be expected that school leaders are expected to have or districts are expected to have. Is the expectation that that report that is coming out will also show which plans that schools are expected to have and where there's redundancy? And does the superintendent have the authority to waive those plans or consolidate those plans as well?
This is Superintendent Wakefield. My understanding is that I'll be seeing some strong suggestions for streamlining of reports. So areas where there might be 3 or 4 things that ask for the same thing, but in slightly different ways, or the same concept or topic, but in slightly different ways given different laws that were written over the years. And then I'll have to take that question back around, is the authority just over reports or is it also over plans? But we actually at the department create the systems in which the reports are contributed. So I think there's also just continuous improvement work we can do to say, hey, there's actually one behavior-oriented plan. It has 4 parts to it to comply with all the different reports instead of 4 different things from different offices, as an example.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's really helpful, and we're looking forward to seeing that.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Superintendent Wakefield. My understanding as well is that as you bring these together and make recommendations, that some of those will come from NDE, and they still may be BDRs that come from either the Interim Committee or the Education Committee as a whole. So working together on what makes sense, and really will require some, we'll need some legislative, some LCB support in that. What's the intention? Because oftentimes, once they come out, it ends up going someplace very, very different than what was necessary, and if it's still necessary. So my understanding, though, is that you'll make the recommendations, and then the conversation will happen from there. So as to which mechanism goes forth, and if there's agreement as well. Other questions or comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Then we appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for the future work. We do look forward to that. I mean, MTSS this is a great history of showing this is the impact. It's always good to see what happens on the other end. Okay, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on in the agenda, we have one more report item, I guess I should say, not one more item. We have 2 because there's public comment. This is agenda item 5, presentation on the climate survey and annual report regarding power-based violence in higher education. This is from INCHE, and this presentation will come from INCHE. And we have Renee Davis, who's the acting vice chancellor. And then I think, are we going to have someone via Zoom?
Renee Davis, for the record. Yes, thank you, Chair. Dr. Elizabeth Gunn, who's the chair of the task force, will be joining us online.
Okay.
She's graciously joining us from vacation, so I'm very thankful for her presence.
Well, we really appreciate that. Welcome, Dr. Gunn. I see Zoom is coming up, so hopefully she'll be joining us soon. Do you plan, Ms. Davis, are you going to open the presentation, or Dr. Gunn? You will? Okay, so I see you're getting your slides ready, so whenever you are ready, go forward, and we've allocated 30 minutes on the agenda for this.
Thank you, Chair Taylor and committee, for the opportunity to present on this important topic. My name's Renee Davis, and I'm the acting vice chancellor for academic and student affairs at INCHE. As I just mentioned, I also have with me online Dr. Elizabeth Gunn, who is chair of the task force, and I'm very thankful for her presence. And we didn't want to get too tricky with the back and forth, so I'm going to go ahead and do the slides, which will be fairly short, and then she's the best one to answer questions as they come up, but I'll stand by as well. So thank you again. So I probably don't have to tell you all this, but just wanted to set a little context where the task force sits in terms of Nevada legislation. 396.141 establishes the task force. We call it the shorthand Power-Based Violence Task Force, but it's technically called the Task Force on Power-Based Violence at Institutions of Higher Education. The membership is defined very specifically in statute, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Of course, the statute also outlines other provisions, most importantly, how to develop and get approval for administering a climate survey to our students across the system. And then, of course, the reporting provisions, which I'll talk about a little bit. So, as mentioned, the task force, it's a good-sized task force, and I serve currently as a designee for Chancellor Matt McNair. We also have broad representation from across our different systems, and just am very thankful for the dedicated members of the task force. We do have 2 pending appointments that'll go to the board in June at the quarterly meeting. And you know, this happens periodically. Either the 2-year term is up and they need reappointment, or sometimes they move on to other positions, that type of thing, and then we need to find a replacement. So we try to stay on top of that so we have a full task force at all times. We did present 2 years ago during the interim, and a lot of this again is not new to all of you, but just wanted to recognize that there are definitions out there for power-based violence, particularly in statute, and that sexual misconduct and sexual assault are both subsets of the overall category of power-based violence. One of the things I wanted to spend a little time on was the survey requirements. It's a very important process, and we're getting ready to launch another survey, so it's important to touch on that here. Basically, the survey must be approved by the Board of Regents, which is a kind of an unusual process, but we start with the committee and then, or the task force, I should say, and then we work usually with a researcher, and this time we're working with UNLV on setting up the survey. We're taking that survey actually to the Board of Regents in June. We're having our last meeting where we finalize the questions next week, actually. So the task force will be meeting next week and finalizing that before we take the questions to the board for administration in the fall of 26. So it's just shortly down the road. And we're going to apply when we do that. A lot of the lessons learned last time, the timing wasn't ideal last time, and various other challenges. So we think we're going to get it spot on this time. And this slide actually has some of the details about the new survey that we plan to administer. Again, it will go to the board in June. The Board of Regents set aside $20,000 to do the contracting to administer the survey. Initial review happened at the meeting in February. As I just mentioned, we'll go ahead and finalize later this month. And then fall 26, we're going to administer to all students at all of the NSHE institutions. And I might also mention that the way the survey is set up is there's some very specific tailoring for all the questions are the same, but there's also information included in the survey on things like, should a person filling out the survey be triggered? There are resources for them to reach out to on their campus, so it's tailored with support for those individuals filling out the survey specific to the campus that they're attending. So that's, I think, a really important feature of the survey. I wanted to shift now to reporting. And in the NRS, there are two separate reports that are required. They're not lengthy or very complicated reports, but they're two, and they're duplicative. So we do have a report that's due on or before February 1 of each odd-numbered year that basically summarizes the climate survey. And then later in the odd year, on August 1st, we have another report that asks for also the findings of the survey, but other information such as recommendations and those types of things. So I'll talk about that when I get to my recommendations that the staff asked us for, but that's one thing I wanted to point out. And then there's also another requirement that staff asked us to talk about, which is the requirement where the board may require an institution to prepare an annual report that provides guidelines. And at this point, we're not requiring that of the institutions. We do feel like there are other reporting that covers many of the same areas, such as the CLEAR reporting that's required by the federal government. So there's not an additional requirement for reporting, although we do stay in close touch on this topic through the task force activities. Just wanted to mention these meetings that we have set up for 26, and we do meet quarterly. It's a public meeting. All are welcome to attend. And we have a web page on the NSHE website that's dedicated to the task force that has all of the historical agendas, minutes, and reports. So all that information is easily available publicly. Also wanted to mention that last June, the Regents approved a policy proposal to incorporate the definition of power-based violence from NRS into the board's existing policy against unlawful discrimination and harassment. The item is actually going with the final language to the board here in about a month. So that one will be completed. And then the task force also surveyed, has over the last year or two actually, has surveyed the NC institutions to determine what core services are being offered on their campuses to support students who experience power-based violence. And we've got a pretty healthy matrix of services that we'll be publishing on the NSU website. And, you know, of course, the campuses can link to that and utilize it. And so we're, again, finalizing that at the meeting next week. So that's another related project that the task force has been working on. So now I'll shift to the two challenges and two possible policy solutions. One of them I already alluded to, which was the duplicative reporting requirements. We would respectfully request to have one report, and of course the one that has more information in it. So we would be talking about the report that is due August 1. And then in terms of the membership, we also wanted to bring forward a concern that we have having to do with the Chief General Counsel of the system being listed as a specific member of the task force. And the attorneys always tell us the same thing, which is we can't advise you as an attorney and serve as a member on the body. And so we would also respectfully request that that language around the role of the council change so that council is not a member but an advisor to the task force. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. Open for questions, and I can see Chair Elizabeth Gunn on the screen standing by.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you so much. Are there questions? I actually have a question myself. Are there questions from the committee? Vice Chair, you have a question. Please go. Vice Chair, please go ahead. And Dr. Gunn, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I know that the task force has been established for quite a while now. Has there been any survey results prior to this survey, or is this going to be the first time?
I'll defer to Chair Gunn to go ahead and answer that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you all for the opportunity to present today. It's nice to be with you. There are results from the previous iteration of the survey. If I understand the question correctly, there's a general report that covers all institutional results, and then there's individual reports for the 3 institutions for which there were enough respondents for the data to remain anonymous. And there was another interinstitutional report based on key demographic findings across institutions. And those are all available on the NG website that the Vice Chancellor referenced.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
No, well, thank you. I'll turn my answer back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess as a lawmaker, it's just a little disheartening that the 2 challenges and possible policy solutions have to do with the reporting and not with the nature of power-based violence, which I would expect is a much larger issue than the reporting. And so in the future, what I hope to receive as a legislator would be information about that. And while this is helpful, obviously, and I'm happy, and I'm sure the committee would be happy to entertain policies that can address these specific solutions. You know, I think that the intent behind this conversation was not to have a conversation about the report and how it's established, but rather to understand how lawmakers can provide support to NG to address the concern with power-based violence in our community.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate that. So hopefully as your committee is reconstituted, but you have a couple of appointments that are out there, and we certainly understand how that happens. A conversation about here are the results and what does that mean, and then how can we help? I mean, that's much more helpful for us. Please go ahead, Ms. Davis.
Renee Davis for the record. Thank you for that. And yes, we do intend to come back with more, with a better set of recommendations once we get through the next survey. We really feel like once we have been able to administer a survey with, more advanced planning, we're hoping for a much better response rate, then we will have something meatier to come back to you with. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Ms. Davis. I do have a question that as I look on the excuse me, on the website, as Dr. Gunn referred, the individual reports are there, and then also you have the climate surveys that are there from each institution and from the system. The most recent climate survey for the system is in 2023. Is that done annually?
For the record, Renee Davis. That is the climate survey is the actual survey of all students. And so, yes, we have only done it once. In statute, it says every 2 years. If it's administered, it's not required. But of course, we feel very compelled to make sure that does happen. So we are off about a year from the 2-year timeline, but it's not meant to be administered every year.
Okay, certainly. Any planning for when the next one might happen?
Yeah, so we are launching in fall 26. Yep. And so we should have results. I'll maybe let Chair Gunn jump in with her memory of how long it takes for us normally to get the results. So we can have kind of a timeline of when we might be able to publish the next report.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Elizabeth Gunn for the record. The survey will be administered before the Thanksgiving break, so across all institutions. We can expect results after the new year, so early in the spring semester. We'll expect the first results to be presented by UNLV to the task force. There may be in our subsequent spring meeting another conversation to dig into the results, understand them a little bit better, understand the consequences, impact, and what kinds of data we want to present to the board and what recommendations we want to make to the board based on that data. And so that'll probably be throughout the spring 2027 semester.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gunn. We'll be in session at that time, but when the results come out. But in terms of working on what else might you need and so on, and working with the board on it, that timing should be pretty good because in 2028, the spring, right, we'll start back our interim committee meetings, and when you do your reporting at that time, you'll have some fresh data to support and really inform the recommendations or challenges that you can share with us, and we can see how we can help.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you to the both of you. Any other questions from the committee members? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And then remember, we're here because we want to help. If there are ways that we can help in this area, it's a really important area, as you know. As the two of you know, you chair the committee, you know this, Dr. Gunn. So utilize that. Those resources are there, so we can help solve problems if that helps to make things better for our campuses. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Gunn. Thank you for interrupting your vacation. I hope you're somewhere fun.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
And thank you, Ms. Davis. Okay. Seeing no other questions, we're going to go to our last item on the agenda, and that item is public comment. If you have any public comment you'd like to share with the committee, then please do so. Our phone number again is 888-475-4499, and our meeting ID is 856-7840-4976. We don't see anyone here in Carson City coming forward. And I don't know that there's anyone in Las Vegas. No, now we can see the chairs. We've been watching the back of their heads all meeting. Now we can see the chairs. There's no one there. Okay, so we don't see anyone there in Las Vegas. AVH, do we have anyone on the phone line for public comment?
Thank you, Chair. Our public line is open and working. However, there are no callers for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate that, AVH, and thank you for your help Okay, committee members, thank you so much for your attendance and very good questions for this meeting today. We appreciate it, and we will see you on the third Tuesday in May. We'll get back on track. Thank you so much, everyone. We are dismissed. The meeting is concluded.